Good morning, everyone. We will be live in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the May 2025 meeting of the Board of Oil, Gas, and Mining here in Salt Lake City. I think we're starting right on time today. We're in good shape. We're going to turn the meeting over to our to Mr. Thomas here.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Again, my name is Mick Thomas, Director of the Division of Oil and Gas and Mining. I've got a few updates I'd like to provide. First of all, an explanation of today's agenda. It moves around a little bit, as I think you've noticed. I'm going to provide some division updates and then the next month's agenda, and then we will hop back to address the 3 dockets on today's agenda. After the dockets are done, Deputy Director Kettle and myself will come back and answer some of the questions, or as many of the questions as possible, that came out of the April meeting regarding our oil and gas bonding status. And finally, after all of that, we'll have public comment available, just so where there's a clarity as to how we're going to be moving around today. That decision was made to give as much time as possible for the division and have a good conversation with the board without delaying, frankly, some of the attorneys and other staff here who are just for the dockets. So with that said, I'll go into a little bit of an update. Last week, I traveled to Oklahoma City for the Interstate Oil and Gas Compact Commission's annual business meeting. Just a brief summary, that's always a great meeting where the other producing states get together and discuss issues. Some of the main topics covered: production is generally up across the board. Most states are, if not flat, but most states are seeing good production out of their in-state wells, predominantly in fee and state wells, although federal land is growing under the new administration. There was also good conversations with member states and IOGCC staff, as well as GWPC staff, the Groundwater Protection Council, regarding best next steps for each state to regulate and enable the growing geothermal power at a grid level. I don't have any great concrete answers there, but I know that we are developing groups to help address that. Each state, frankly, as I've learned, has unique circumstances regarding the regulatory structure and resource that a one-size-fits-all probably isn't going to work. But broadly, geothermal in other states is falling underneath the same groups that monitor and regulate the oil and gas industry. Moving down a little bit, I would say some exciting news in our mining programs. The federal grants supporting our coal, our fee AMR, and the 2024 IIJA, which is the Infrastructure Investment and Job Acts funding, is opened up and back available for us to draw down before the end of the fiscal year. That's approximately $11 million in total. Honestly, we always knew this would probably come, but it was very affirming to hear it officially. Big shout out to our Senator Lee and Senator Curtis for the work he did with Secretary Burgum. They did with Secretary Burgum to get these fees opened up for the state. Also, a little bit of an ending excitement. We've confirmed, and it's been true for some months now, Utah has moved into the top 10. Specifically, we're number 9 for oil and gas, for crude production in the U.S. We were able to overtake California because they have, I think, something of a moratorium on new development. Good for them, but we moved up. I did reach out to our friend in Wyoming and said that we have them in our sights, and Mr. Crowpatch responded, "Well, you better have a high-power rifle because we're still a ways in front of you." And I thought that was kind of amusing, but we're going in the right direction there, and big thanks to our staff, but really the industry who is doing all they can to develop the resource here responsibly. The only other thing I have is the next month's agenda and division calendar. Next month's meeting will be on Wednesday, June 25th at 9 a.m. I will be here. I know initially I was not going to be able to, but scheduling has changed and I'll be there. And I just fired off a lot of information. Do you have any questions or discussion points you'd like to enter into?
Board, do you have any questions? Seeing none, please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Again, that's what the division has right now. As far as the director update goes, it's at your discretion if you want to move into the dockets right now or take a break. It's up to you, Chair.
Let's check to see if we have any public comment.
Fair enough.
Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak? Seeing none, I think we'll move into the formal part to the dockets, if that's okay. Thank you. The first item on today's agenda is docket number 2025-027, cause number 470-18, in the matter of the request for agency action of Middle Fork Energy UINTA LLC for an order establishing special stand-up drilling units. This matter has been continued to the June 25, 2025 board hearing. So we will move on to item number 2. Docket number 2025-025, cause number 134-02. In the matter of the request for agency action of WEM Operating LLC for an order authorizing the flaring of gas in excess of the amounts allowed under Utah Administrative Code Rule number R640-3-20 from the number 1 Black Buck 4-4-30-26-1H well with a surface location in the southwest northwest section 32 4 south 4 west USM, and 2 the Bongo 4-4-31-35-7H well with a surface location in the southwest northwest of section 32 4 south 4 west USM, and 3 the Collins 4-3-19-21-1H well, surface location in the northeast of section 25, 4 south, 4 west, USM. 4 the Gembach well, with a surface location in the southwest northwest 32, 4 south, 4 west, I think I screwed that up, USM. 5 the Lee number 4-4-24-23-1H well, surface location northeast 25, 4 south, 4 west, USM. 6 the Nilgai 4-4-29-20H-1H well, with a surface location southwest northwest 32, 4 south, 4 west, USM in Duchesne County. Mr. Chicken. Are you ready? Almost. Okay.
One second. I'm just pulling up my exhibit.
Turn your back on it. And
Plug it in, plug it out, plug it in, plug it out, working.
That's kind of the way it works.
I'm ready, Madam Chair.
Please proceed.
There we go. Brent Chicken, Steptoe and Johnson PLLC on behalf of petitioner WEM Operating. Sorry, make sure I'm not too close to that. We are here for what is the continuation of matter 13402. And a little bit of quick history. WEM was before the board on the March 2025 hearing seeking an exception from the board's flaring rules for 6 wells, 6 horizontal wells. The board granted in order 13402 the requested flaring extension for those 6 wells through today's hearing, subject to the division being updated in April of 2025 by WEM. That hearing was meeting was held in late April, and we are here today to do a few things. And it's laid out in the order, but as a general matter, update the board on the status of the flaring infrastructure, or the natural gas infrastructure with respect to the 6 wells under order 13402. And I'm happy to report, as will be, my witnesses will go into greater detail, but 2 of those 6 wells now have full gas capture. And so a lot of work has been done in the last 2 months since we were before the board, not only working with the division, but also working with multiple different operators on multiple different and midstream companies on getting the gas infrastructure needed. As the board is aware, we're kind of in a fringe area. We're kind of pushing the edge of the basin, and so there's not a lot of infrastructure out there, and the wells out there have proven to be fairly prolific, even though they're oil wells, both for gas. And so we are here today to provide the board with an update on the activities and the plans that WEM has undertaken since the last hearing, and its plans for arriving at full gas capture, not only for these 6 wells, but there are, as we mentioned to the board, there are 4 other wells in this immediate area on these pads, which are all very close to each other. We have a nice map to give the board an understanding of that. But these wells are all the 6 wells we're talking about today, plus these 4 additional wells that are out in that same area, all are going to have to use the same gas capture and infrastructure. And so we will be requesting an extension of Order 13402 today. But we've got a lot of good stuff in the hopper in terms of getting things done. And as I said, 2 of the 6 wells have already got gas capture. The other ones will be soon. So unless there's any questions for me, I could call my first witness.
Board, do you have any questions yet? I think we're ready to move on.
I'll call my first witness, Larry Williams. He needs to be sworn.
We need to swear him in.
Please place your right hand.
Do you have any other witnesses? Can we swear
I do.
everyone in at the same time?
Dustin Trike is also here.
Thank you.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear that the evidence you're going to present today is the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Williams, if you could please state your full name and your affiliation and title with WEM for the record.
My name is Larry R. Williams. I am the land vice president for WEM.
Okay. And have you testified before the board before on land matters?
I have.
Okay. Mr. Williams is going to give a brief introduction, and then Mr. Trike is going to come and talk about some of our demonstrative exhibits. And so Mr. Williams, please proceed.
All right. While this is really more of a technical update for you, and Dustin will do a more specific job, I'm here to just tell you that what we're working on a global range here. We continue to develop the area here. We're trying to balance our contract obligations of development along with what the infrastructure realities are out there. Most of these wells, especially along the western edge of these, we continue to drill to meet our contract lease obligations of development. And while we're doing that, we have made a significant investment and continue to make a significant investment in our infrastructure. I think we have over a $30 million budget that we are expending here. Our final resolution is a gas pipeline. It's about a 10-mile pipeline. We have now acquired over 75% of the right-of-way for that pipeline, and we'll begin building that in the very near future. We have been looking at ways in our last meeting, we talked about some of the obstacles that we have with that, and we've been looking at ways of getting around those obstacles. We've found multiple ways of trying to shorten the time to have a final resolution of our gas takeaway for this. In the meantime, we've been working tirelessly with our neighbors and other operators in the area of coming up with ways in which we can move this gas to market rather than flaring it. We have had some success. We've found other obstacles that have to do with takeaway just on sizing and pressures and those other intricacies that the operations guys have to deal with on a day-to-day basis. So we do have a plan to work through this to have a way of fully handling all of the gas that we anticipate producing from this area. It's just going to take time to build that infrastructure.
I don't have any specific questions for Mr. Williams, but the board may.
I guess, you know, excessive flaring is obviously a problem, and you say you need time to get everything put together. How much time are we talking about?
Our
Sounds like-
ultimate resolution, and I think that Dustin will be able to provide a better explanation on a timeline, but our ultimate resolution is by the end of this year, we will have takeaway not only for these 6 wells, but also the other wells that are in the process. The 4 wells that we just had to put on production, that we're still working through on that as far as the gas, being able to flare that gas with that. And we'll have a discussion about that here in a little bit. We might even get into that right now, is where we're at with that. And our future development as we're working through this. We do not expect to begin production of any future wells until we have final takeaway for all of the gas in this field. All of our gathering system has been built. We have spent quite a bit of money to build, and again, I'm going to let Dustin do the actual numbers on this, but I'm going to say over 20 miles of gathering system. Our bottleneck is the final takeaway going into a market system. We thought we had a couple of different places for that to be able to put that to market. All of those have been determined now to be insufficient. We are using 3 other areas where we are putting gas to market, but the gas that we're producing far exceeds our ability to take that to market right now.
How many of these wells are on production right now?
How many wells are on production? Of the
wells,
6?
Are they all on production?
All of these 6 are on production.
And they're all currently flaring in excess?
No. So the Collins well and the Lee well have full takeaway. They are going to market.
Okay.
So it's only we call it the goat pad. There are four wells there. It's the Black Buck, the Bongo, the Gemsbach, and the Nilgai. All exotic goats. So our goat pad does not have sufficient takeaway right now, so those are all that pad is being flared.
Am I following correctly that you had, so you had 6, 2 of them are captured, and there's an additional 4 to the 6, or?
There are additional 4 that we put on production this month. It's still in its initial month of production here. That's on another pad. It's just to the north of our goat pad.
So you knew you were going to have excess gas in that situation?
We did, yes. Unfortunately, those wells were drilled because of contract obligations. We had lease expirations coming up here. We had to begin operations, and we did begin operations before last October on those wells to be able to keep the leases active. And we have an obligation to produce those wells under our contract.
And that's why you're able to pause the other wells till you have the infrastructure.
So we do,
in.
we do have, and we have just started a new drilling program to complete our lease capture, if you would, in this field here. We've got a five well program of drilling this year to complete the rest of our lease obligations. We have leases that will begin expiring in June. And so we began operations and have actually started drilling. Actually, we may have completed drilling one of those wells this last week. But the only reason we're drilling right now is to keep our leases active. We do not expect to produce those leases until June or until November, when we will have gas takeaway. So we'll continue building and working toward production and having those ready for production, but do expect to have a complete gas system in place for takeaway before those wells produce.
Do you have associated oil from these wells?
These are
that
oil
you're-
wells.
These
yeah.
are oil wells?
These are oil wells. The
And
main
so it's-
product, the main production is oil.
Okay,
This gas is the byproduct of these wells,
okay,
but it is significant. Our current, we just filed a sundry this last week for the four wells and the pad. We call it the Bridgeland 4 pad. And those, we're asking for 1.7 per day MMBTUs, because there is significant gas along with the oil that produced there. But the main value in those wells is oil.
so what's sort of cumulative production from those wells?
I'm gonna let
Have any-
Dustin answer that one.
Okay, okay, sounds good.
Sorry, another question. Mr. Chicken, do you have a regional map, or do you know the general township and range as location of these?
We do. I just haven't set my slides forward here. Because
So,
Mr. Trike's going to talk
As,
about
as he
this, but-
builds that there, let me tell you, 4 South, 4 West is the general area.
Trying to find a.
Some of our wells flow into 4 South, 5 West. And so the Black Buck, the Bongo wells they cross that township line. Those are both 3-mile wells. And so they have 1 mile inside of 4 South, 4 West, and 2 miles inside 4 South, 5 West. Both are down on the southern edge. We will show you a map here in a minute that will give you a regional, and especially as comparison to where the rest of the infrastructure is. We're on the very southwestern edge of the basin. And there just has not been a lot of development in that area.
Board, do you have any further questions for this witness? Mr. Church?
Yes, so I want to understand your obligations under your leases. You're saying that you need to drill to save these leases, that you're talking about, that your drilling program is to save the leases, or?
That's exactly correct.
And what does that entail? Does they need to be capable of production, drilled or shut in?
These
what
wells-
is the standard on that?
Well, you're, we need to be working toward production in every sense of the way with that. We can't do this halfway. We need to be operating those wells and producing the wells. So many of these leases that are, that would be expiring, that will be expiring here, if we do not do production, are tribal leases, and they do have specific production requirements.
Okay, but some may not. You say majority of them? Because the reason I'm concerned is that, as we've discussed before, that's a lot of gas to be flaring. And if we've got a locomotive coming towards us, we need to take some kind of preventative measure of flaring all this gas. So I just want to make sure that we're not putting the cart ahead of the horse.
For oil wells, we do have an affirmative obligation to produce those wells
in order to save the lease.
in order for the lease to stay effective, yes, to save the
Okay.
lease.
Are royalties being paid on the flared gas?
Royalties will be paid on this flared gas.
Okay. When did you first start flaring?
We would have started flaring,
Month.
again, I'm gonna defer to Dustin with that, but
Okay.
it seems to me we would have began flaring in January or
Of
February
2025? Okay,
of 2025. It may have
Thank
been
you.
February of 2025.
thank you. Board? Mr. Galecki?
So you said you had to start drilling on these before the leases expired.
That's correct.
How long have you had leases?
We acquired these leases, interestingly enough, okay. We acquired these leases just last August. So these leases have an older vintage than that. They were held by our predecessors. We purchased this development area just last August and immediately began drilling.
Mr. Chicken, do you have a map that shows the leases, the individual leases?
I
In
do
your
not think
exhibits?
in
I don't know
this-
if we have a lease map per se in our presentation.
We don't have it here. We could,
I can
prepare
certainly,
one,
I can
yeah.
certainly provide one for you if you'd like that.
Yeah, I think if you have multiple leases, it might be nice to know where
do have-
the
we-
leases are
We
in
have
relation
like
to the wells.
15,000 acres in this prospect, and so we do have multiple leases. This is very fractured ownership, except for the Indian leases, which we do have quite a few tribal leases here, covering just about every one of our DSUs. I think there's only one DSU in this township that I do not have some type of tribal ownership.
Yeah, I'm mainly interested in the leases in the spacing units, not the whole 15,000 acres, just the,
In these spacing units,
yeah,
okay?
so we can see what's tribal, what's,
Yeah, so
Other.
I can certainly provide that to you specifically.
That would be
on
good.
what- and
Thank
You're
you.
looking mostly at what's fee, what's tribal. Yeah, that's actually very easy because that's in every one of our APDs.
thank you. Mr. Moon?
So if you look back over the past, not even quite a year since you've had these, what would you do differently, knowing what you know now, or is there very much you could have done much differently to get this gas to market?
We did not anticipate this much gas. These wells are more gassy than we thought they would be, but they're more productive than we thought they would be. What could we have done differently? What could we have done to anticipate? Probably nothing. We anticipated gas and we had provided exits to market. We had entered into some contracts with our neighbors who have been very responsive and have helped us as much as they can. But we needed to see what this area would develop before we could actually invest in infrastructure. And so this is one of those chicken and the egg deals, is do we try and build infrastructure before we know there's actually a product, or do we develop a product and then have infrastructure? And then the overlaying part on that is also, what do we do if we have production? Because we can't just say, oh yeah, there's production and then shut it in, because that's detrimental to the formation and to production. So really, we balanced as best we could. We knew that we would need to have infrastructure. That's why we built the gathering system through our sister company to be able to take this gas. But we have struggled of actually finding and getting enough capacity to get it to market outside of the field here. And that's what we're working on. We do have direct line of sight on how to do that. It's just going to take time to actually get the building. The biggest time constraint that we have with this really isn't in building the pipeline, it's getting the facilities and the equipment, the compressors and the ancillary equipment that go along with the compressors built, because those are not off-the-shelf type of equipment. Those are built to standards. We actually have one that has already been delivered. One of our compressors is delivered. Fantastic, it was great. We don't have all the associated equipment with it yet, but we're starting, I think we've actually started the facility operation to install that. Right now, we have another one that's on order. We hope that that will be here, I believe, in September. That's the second part of this here to have enough compression to handle everything that we need with this here. And so what could we have done more? I don't know if there's a whole lot more we could have done prudently and economically to have anticipated this much gas.
I actually do have a question. Are you able to also talk about how you rerouted the route to make that permitting easier?
Let me a basic one on that is, if you'll remember in our last discussion, we talked about some of the right-of-way that we anticipate doing was going to require us to go across some BLM ground, which was going to initiate a NEPA process, which would cause additional months delay, we hope, in that process. We are still working on that alignment, but along with that, we have got another alignment that doesn't require us to go across BLM. One of our other partners, UINTA, has graciously allowed us to enter into their compression facility and be able to move gas through their facility about 10 miles away, which doesn't require any type of federal oversight and NEPA process for that purpose. So we were able to shave months off of our construction time by finding this additional route and entering into another partnership.
Do you have all the tribal rights of way?
There are no tribal requirements. Okay. Everything that we are crossing right now is fee ground.
Thank you. Mr. Galecki?
Sorry, you probably said it, but so when do you think you'll have the 4 remaining wells? After
Let me put it this way, and then ask that question of Dustin, and he'll be able to give you some more nuance with that. We expect everything to be ready by by November 30th. Probably by October 30th, but I like to give a little bit of, you never know what's going to happen with that there. That's a final resolution. In the meantime, we are continually working on interim opportunities where we can utilize and market this gas either through our other customers. We're actually working with a bit mining company. We think that might work to be able to utilize some gas on that, but we've got an awful lot of gas. I don't know how much we can do with that. Even with that, to get through our air permits, which we've already started for that, even though we don't have a contract with them. That is a multi-month process just to be able to get through that, along with figuring out how we're going to locate it and getting their equipment on board to do that. So every opportunity, we're looking for ways to put this gas to a beneficial use. Right now, there just isn't. And we're taking the brunt of the cost of that as a company, recognizing that, that every MCF, every BTU that we burn, that's money that we're just burning.
So what is the specific request today? Are you looking to get a flaring extension for several months, or?
Yes. We're looking for a flaring extension while we continue to build out our infrastructure so that we can bring this gas to market.
And are you looking for that to be the end of the year, or kind of?
I would say we would like it to be extended to the December 3rd board hearing, where we could come back and report on whether or not we have resolved the issue, or if there's a further extension that's needed, the reason for that.
Okay. Thank you.
And Madam Chair, with the understanding that it won't be radio silence between now and then.
That's right.
We would be, could either appear at a board hearing in between then, one or more, or have similar meetings with the division as they had last April, because WEM is working on interim solutions that are, like, for example, when we were here in March, there was 6 wells that needed a flaring exception. Now we're here 8 weeks later, and there's only 4 of those wells that need a continued flaring exception, and we would expect that that's going to continue throughout that time. So we're just trying to provide enough time for a solution that's going to cover the 6 wells under this RAA, the 4 wells that are currently are requesting a division waiver, and then we would file an RAA for those additional 4 wells for the July hearing. And all of the wells beyond that is what this solution would have by the end of November.
Thank you. Division, do you have comments?
And questions, yes. Just for the record, Assistant Attorney General Andrew Haynes. I'm a little unclear. So we're talking about extensions, but we've had no talk of volumes. Let's just start at the beginning. You know, the initial order here was to flare 33,440 MCF per well per month for the last 2 months. Have you maintained below that levels for the last 2 months?
So, if you don't mind, I'm going to defer that to Dustin. We actually have a slide that's going to give us volumes for part of our report with that. I'm probably not the best person to tell you volumes because I love to move decimal places.
Okay. So I also have a follow-up question to that. What kind of volumes we're talking about through to this subsequent hearing? Was that better to wait for Mr. Trey?
I'm going to say right now that the volumes that we're producing right now, we can expect to produce for those 4 wells in the next few months. There is a little bit of volume. It's starting to go down, but I don't see that going down very quickly with that. We are looking for additional places to put this, and as we put that, we would be more than happy to report that to you, to put it to a beneficial use of some type, whether we market it or use it for beneficial use with that. But I expect that this problem will not be resolved quickly until we have a final resolution. It'll be probably smaller amounts of that.
Okay. So I just want to clarify what we're looking at here. The original request was for 6 wells. 2 are now in full takeaway. So we have 4 remaining. You're asking, we don't know specifics yet, but you want extensions for those 4.
That's correct.
You have another 4 that we currently have sundries with the division, correct?
That is correct.
Those sundries, though, the division is unable to approve through to July. The most the division can approve is a 30-day, 50 MMCF takeaway per well. So if that's to start in June, the division can only approve up till June 30th. So I don't just take that into account when you're asking for whatever you are going to need in your extension. Is there other wells outside of those 8 wells, I guess, that would be remaining?
The answer to that's no.
No. Okay.
Those are the wells that we need. We were hoping to be able to work through both an administrative process and be able to get it back to the board in July, because our time for filing, unless we ask for a filing out of date for the June hearing, our time for filing is already passed for the June hearing.
Correct.
We could absolutely come back for an amendment, I guess, if that would be appropriate in June, to handle the other 4 wells. If we get some direction from the board maybe, or from you on how you want to handle that part of it. Our best idea was, let's look for an administrative way to get us to the next board hearing, and then at the next board hearing we would handle those 4 wells, and then at that point be able to work all 8 wells in tandem, whether it be through a consolidation of this action or through a tandem operation of 2 actions.
Okay. All right. I have no further questions for you, Mr. Williams.
All right.
Let me ask a question.
Sure.
Have you talked with the lease owners about taking a new lease, getting extensions, rather than having the commitment to have to go drill within this time frame?
So with many of our lease, our fee lease owners, we have talked with that. Some of them I have taken extensions as we're working through that. Our tribal leases, I don't have that opportunity to do that. Our tribal leases will expire as they expire. And 4 of the 8 wells had leases that would have expired last October had we not been drilling over the expiration.
And federal tribal leases in the 25 CFR series, they require actual production. So you can't do the drill and then diligently prosecute over a period of time to get to production and completion and things like that. Like it has to be, you don't even have the drill over the term that you get on a federal lease. Like when that tribal lease is up, either there's production and the lease is valid, or there's not production and the lease is dead.
Mr. Walker has a disclosure here.
Yeah. I probably should have done this right up front, but my deceased mother-in-law has a lease out there someplace. I don't know if it's in this section or not, but it's within WEM. My wife, subject to probate, will inherit that, so I just need to make sure everyone knows I've got a wife that has a 0.7 acre working interest in the watermelon patch, if that's what you call this.
Right.
But I also have a couple
that would have been in
questions.
the Lee or Collins wells.
Okay.
That was in the watermelon area.
Okay.
Do you have any problem with Mr. Walker continuing with full participation?
No.
Oh, no objection.
Thank you.
Well, let me ask some questions, and maybe you'll change your mind. Okay. How many days per month are you required to have production in order to hold the lease by production?
How many days a month? I have to have production during the month.
You have to have, so
Yes.
in theory, if you were to have a day of production in the month, you would be able to retain the lease without it expiring.
I'm going to tell you probably in theory, yes, that would be correct. There's a couple questions. I mean, that raises some additional
Sure.
questions of, economics, and is this an economically viable well if I'm producing it 1 day a month only to hold the lease? There's a lot of questions that would come up with that. Operationally, that becomes even more of an esoteric question, because turning on and off a well is not as simple as flipping a switch.
I'm a petroleum engineer, I understand that. But I have held leases before by 2 days of production per year.
Correct.
And I'd like to understand what the provisions you have within your lease, what your restrictions are there.
So I have not looked to see in the nuance of could I produce it for 1 day or 5 days or 15 days. What I need to be able to do is to produce that well in a good operatorship manner. I think that would probably be the way that I would answer that.
Okay, I'd like to know what the legal consequences are of that,
Okay.
of what that is. Further, I'd like to know if you were restricted in the number of days you flowed. Say we said you can only flow up to 10 million a month, or flare up to 10 million a month. What would be the consequences if the board placed that restriction upon you as the operator, upon whether you would be able to hold your lease by production, given that you've had restrictions by a regulatory agency?
We would be able to hold the lease with restrictions.
Okay.
Now, what that would do to the well, choking back the well, the problems with that's something that I think would be
Understand.
an operations question.
Mm-hmm.
Because I personally, I think that would be detrimental and could detrimentally affect the well.
Could I just
Yes.
add something to
Mhm.
Walker's question? If there were restrictions put in place and they were unable to abide by those restrictions, essentially they'd be in violation. And then that would come in that we would issue a notice of violation, and they would have short period to correct that violation. If not, they would then go into penalty phase, which flaring without in excess of your limits is a Class 2 violation, which is a minimum of $1,500 a day per well. And those penalties would accrue up to a maximum of $200,000, at which point, when they'd fully accrued, we would have the ability to request the board that asks that they actually cease operations. So that is a route that would be taken if those couldn't be held in check.
Okay. That's a pretty stiff penalty. Is there a way
Oh, yeah.
the board can mitigate that or look at that? What I'm looking at is
the
how do we
penalty
motivate them to
amounts.
make sure they're pushing along as fast as we can?
Yeah. So mitigate the financial amount. Is that
Does it have to be 15,000 a day?
1,500 a day?
I'm sorry, 1,500
Yes.
a day.
That's by rule. If WEM felt that those amounts were unfair, they could always appeal them to the board. But the division, that's where the division would have to hold those penalties at.
Yeah, okay.
So, I'm wondering if maybe Mr. Trike goes through his slides, that will provide some more color to everybody, so that you have a better idea of the volumes, the infrastructure, the investments, and what the area looks like, so that we can get a better idea. Because I understand that the line we're going down, but I'm wondering if you guys want some more meat and potatoes to go with the thought process.
Yeah, but he's the expert on the lease, and so
That
that's
is
why I
correct.
wanted to
That
ask
is
these
correct, Chair.
questions
That is correct.
about the lease
Commissioner.
content. Okay, thanks.
Let me ask just one more qualifying question here, because this application is for 6 wells. Now we're talking about 4 wells and 4 wells in the future. What wells, are these 6 wells are ones that you were looking for
So
an extension on the flaring?
the 4 wells that we are currently flaring are the Black Buck well,
Okay,
the Nilgai well,
okay,
the Gemsbach well,
okay,
and the Bongo well.
okay. What about the Collins and the Lee?
The Collins and the Lee, we are now capturing that gas and sending it to market.
Okay,
That was done. We put together a short lateral that we were able to get into the 4-point system that had been built for a vertical. This field had vertical wells before that system was built for those vertical wells. We were hoping to be able to put 5 million a day, I hope, into that. We're able to put 2.5 million into it. And so we were hoping to be able to take care of 4 wells with that. We're only able to take care of 2 wells.
so those 2 wells don't need a flaring exception? Is that
Those
right?
2 wells do
Extension.
not need a flaring exception at this time.
Great.
Correct.
Thank you.
They are out of the picture. So
Okay.
For 13402, we are now only dealing with 4 of the original 6 wells.
Okay,
The other 2 are covered and have
Thank
full
you.
gas takeaway.
thank you. All right, please proceed. Board, do you have any other? Let's move on to your next witness.
I'd like to call Dustin Trike, please. Mr. Trike, if you could please state your full name and your affiliation and title with WAM Operating for the record, please.
Good morning. I'm Dustin Bradley Trike. I'm the COO at Wasatch Energy Management. I oversee operations.
And have you testified before this board, including in the original hearing on matter 13402, as an expert in petroleum engineering?
Yes, sir.
Based on his prior testimony and qualifications, I would like to offer Mr. Trike's testimony today as expert testimony in petroleum engineering, subject to voir dire or objection.
Division,
No objection.
board? So accepted.
Thank you. With that, I think I'll just move to our first slide here. And Mr. Trike, if you can please describe in detail, this slide's got a lot of stuff going on.
Yeah. We're going to start on the left with the bullet points. So these are some of the highlights, the things we've accomplished in the last couple months since we met in March. We've made solid progress on phase 1 compression. This is our first compressor station and a pipeline into the Williams-Brundage tap. This is our most complete and long-term solution for gas takeaway. This question came up earlier. This solution is going to support the drilling of 100 locations across WEM operating. So it's the most substantial gas takeaway project we're currently working on, and we made good progress on it. I've got some slides coming up here. Second, we've connected our gas infrastructure to all of our neighbors at this point. So we're connected to Scout, Berry, 4 Point, and UINTA is our next meaningful connection, and that ties into phase 1 compression. I'll touch on that later. We recently completed our Horse pipeline expansion. That's that northern, north to south section on the map here. It's about a 5-mile connection through some pretty rough country, but it ties in all of WEM operating now. So every WEM operating pad, both current and future, has buried water and gas pipeline that's fully operational at this point. To Larry's point earlier, we've got infrastructure all across our acreage at this point. It's just a matter of getting the gas out of our system and into a meaningful takeaway point. We are also actively pursuing an air permit for flare gas mining operations. I've got a slide on this. This isn't a long-term foolproof solution for all of our gas, but we think that it's an auxiliary outlet and we're going to pursue it. We recently mobilized H&P 522 on May 15th to get going on some drilling for leaseholding pads. So Mr. Church, to your concerns about us drilling, I needed to get drilling to hold the acreage shown in the map that's in orange and red that was expiring in 2024 and 2025. About half of our leasehold was expiring. So I got going on operations because this is our window that I needed to fulfill lease obligations. But we also want to make it very clear, we have no plans to complete the wells we're drilling today until I have gas takeaway. We're not going to exacerbate the issue any more than we have. We're not going to bring on additional barrels until we have meaningful gas takeaway. But in the meantime, these pads require quite a bit of cycle time. So if I can get going on drilling, facility builds, and then completions later in the fall, I'll be ready to turn wells in line and capture that gas when we complete phase 1 compression. At the bottom of the screen, I include some of our capital projects for this year that are dedicated to gas. So I'll start with the Horse pipeline expansion. That was a $12.4 million northern extension onto our pipeline that we're wrapping it up as we speak. We should be done any day now. We recently finished our 4 Point gas connection. Granted, it's smaller capital dollars, about $350K, but it's had meaningful impact on our flare volumes, and we're going to continue to pursue smaller projects like that in the near term. And then also from the big ticket items for us this year, our compression phase 1 and phase 2, we've earmarked $19 million in gas infrastructure that we're going to have operational by year end. So you can see at the bottom, we have spent or will spend $32 million on gas infrastructure this year alone.
I'm going to move to our next exhibit.
I'll start with our long-term solution. I mentioned this a couple times. This is phase 1 compression. I'm going to start with the map at the top. Everything you see in green is built and operational. That yellow component just south of Duchesne on the northwest corner of the map, that should be turning green any day now. So we have rounded out our pipeline infrastructure with 20 miles of built water and gas pipeline that's buried in the ground. We actually broke ground on our Antelope compressor station this week on the 22nd. So there's a lot of labels on the map, but if you look in the middle of the green pipeline area, you can see that Antelope pad compressor station. We've already broken ground on a 600 by 600 pad, and this will be the future of a 50 million. This is the location for our future 50 million a day compressor station. On the east side of the map, you see the red line. That's the pipeline we need to build to get into Brundage. Larry mentioned this. We originally were going to go straight into the Williams-Brundage tap, but you'll notice that little southern extension down into Williams-Brundage tap, you have to cross BLM surface. We have avoided that route just because of the delay it would cause waiting on a right-of-way. We're going to go straight to Zager, which is just a little bit further east. The Zager compressor station is operated by UINTA. It sits on fee surface. It's on the doorstep of Brundage. They're connected already, and the facility is it's a really robust facility that can handle all of our forecasted gas. So if I could get the gas to them tomorrow, they'd be willing to take it and then push it into the Williams-Brundage tap. So the reason for the pivot here is just simply to save time and avoid a federal right-of-way. Our first compressor has arrived. Our second will arrive in November. Our pipe is ordered for the pipeline. It's going to be on our right-of-way for a June delivery. 75% of the right-of-way is acquired. I think we're going to wrap that up in the next week or so. And I've mentioned this before, but we're going to avoid the BLM surface to speed up timeframes. The bottom right of this slide shows a Gantt chart. The engineering design, we're going to have this wrapped up in June. The compressor station, that is what's driving my timeline here. The compressor station isn't, the reason it will take so long isn't so much due to the construction component, granted that's still large, but it's lead times on equipment. I have a compressor, I've got a second one coming, but things like ultrafab, D-high, slug catcher, these are all specialized pieces of equipment. If you ordered them new, you'd be waiting 12 plus months to get one. We're sourcing used equipment that needs to be refurbed. And that time frame for us is when we're working with a handful of vendors trying to compress these time frames, but our team feels like a June to October time frame to get that compressor station complete is realistic. I will tell you, we are working as quickly as we can to shorten that time frame. We really want to have this thing operational end of September, beginning of October. And then the pipeline's truly the easy part. We've built longer pipelines in tougher country. As you move east, we anticipate that this is really like only an 8-week build for us. So our pipeline will be done and ready before the compressor station is ready. So I've got that final line for commissioning. We're using the entire month of November. This is a big, complicated process this year. It's going to take some time to make sure the plant's running the way it should be. But I am hopeful if we can just get some of the equipment that we're waiting on, that we're actually going to bring that forward into October. And then, like I mentioned in my final bullet point, if we can just source equipment quicker, it's really reasonable that we're going to speed up this project quite a bit.
I'm going to move to the next slide, and we can obviously go back as folks have questions. I'm sure there's a lot of them.
Here's an update on some of the near-term solutions that we've accomplished. We tied in a 4-point system on May 8th. This was a relatively cheap project, around $350K. It's allowed us to cut our flare volumes by about 2.2 million a day. We were hopeful that this would be a 5 million a day outlet. It's not. We continue to see this when we're tying into vintage infrastructure that's designed to support vertical development. We're not able to move the volumes that we would like to. With that being said, we're not going to give up on these opportunities. We've got another hot lead on another one this morning, actually, to continue to find short tie-ins into existing poly infrastructure. I just wouldn't lead on these for your 50 million away takeaway capacity. They're just never going to get you there, but it's something that will help bridge a gap for us this summer and continue to cut down on what we planned on flaring. We're also pursuing the flare gas mining opportunities. One thing I will mention is these require just as much planning and lead time as a lot of the stuff we're looking at. I included a little graphic at the bottom right. That's our goat pad is in green. That's an existing 4-well pad. You'll notice we've identified the yellow pad as, we're going to call it our Ross pad, where we would be setting the mining infrastructure to eat some gas. Those guys need a lot of surface area. They're asking for a 600 by 600 pad to eat about 4 million a day. So I'm going to build a 600 by 600 pad for a 50 million a day compressor station. And it's not a knock at the mining opportunities. I still think that we need to explore these, but some things that are going to hold us up is the air permit, the pad size. There's noise considerations. We fortunately operate in a pretty remote part of the basin that's far away from residential homes. But you still need to be mindful as you're planning these out. You can't just plop these locations near someone's residence. It will create an issue. So we're fortunate that we operate in a place where we think we have a good application of it. But with that being said, it took us time to identify a good location to do this. And I guess final point there is that flare gas mining isn't a complete solution for WEM, but I think it's a very useful additional option in the meantime to help bridge a gap between now and our longer term solution being operational. Okay, so addressing a couple things here. The 6 wells we came in front of the board, we discussed this back in March. It was my goat pad and my lee pad. You'll notice 6 wells there on the map. The lee pad is no longer being flared. We were able to get that into our system when we turned on our 4-point connection. So I'm only flaring on the goat pad at this point. The green line is oil production. It's summed across the 2 pads. The light orange is the wellhead gas, and the bright red is what's flared. So you'll notice on the right side of the graph, all of a sudden my wellhead and my flared gas are diverging. This is good. We're starting to chip away at volumes that otherwise would have been flared. Now we're getting them into our sales system. To answer that question too, we've stayed within our flare allowance since we last went in front of the board, and you'll notice the gas is starting to decline too. So I'm hoping that we're actually going to drop this flared number over time, and we're also exploring options to get this gas into our neighbors' infrastructure still. So I'm hopeful that we can drive this number to 0 relatively quick. But in the meantime, I do need a flare exception to keep the goat pad producing at the level it is.
And I just do have one quick question for you, just to confirm. This graph shows the cumulative current production from the 6 wells that are the subject of this cause 13402.
Yes, it is the total production from the goat and the lee pads.
Let me, you said cumulative, or is this the current production?
It's not cumulative, it's a rate chart.
Okay, thank you.
We'll move on to our next exhibit.
So this is our upcoming takeaway issue. This is where I'm going to address the pad that we brought online. That's our Bridgeland 4. So on the map, I turned it on, and you can see it's just north of Goat. My horse pipeline expansion ties this pad in. It's a 4-well pad. The 4 wells are making 6,000 barrels of oil a day and about 6 million in gas. From a well results expectation component, this is incredible. Our team is ecstatic about these results. This is looking like the best 4-well pad WEM has drilled to date. With that being said, they are gassier. These wells came on at 1,000 GOR instead of 500 GOR. So high level well results are prolific, but we still have a gas problem here. I do anticipate this being the peak of WEM's flaring. From here forward, we're going to continue to find smaller solutions to get gas into pipe over summer. And then by November, I want to have compression phase 1 stood up and operational, and we're never flaring again. So I want to emphasize as well, we are currently drilling, but we're not bringing on any additional wells until I have pipeline capacity for them. And I have the pipeline built to the pads already, fortunately in this case. It's just getting compression phase 1 operational by the time those come online. My final slide, I just want to emphasize the impact of our exploration in this part of the basin. Our well results have proven up a significant portion of the southwestern corner of the basin. The top map is, you'll notice none of our wells are turned online. This is what it looked like when we acquired the acreage from UINTA and UINWAX. The bottom map, those are the 15 horizontal wells we've drilled in the last 2 years. That blue polygon, we feel like we've completely de-risked it. That's a 50,000 acre block of acreage in the basin that otherwise was passed over. The only horizontal development here were shorty laterals that are over a decade old, and there was no infrastructure. In the last 12 months, we've doubled our infrastructure network and our production. Our current gas takeaway limitations are temporary. We will fix these in 2025. And in the interim, we request a flare exception while we're trying to finish this infrastructure. And I want to just cap it off with saying thank you to the board and the division. Your time and consideration to our situation is incredibly meaningful to WEM. We want to continue to grow our operated position in our production and our infrastructure networks. And we're working as quickly as we can to solve this infrastructure problem.
I don't have any further questions from Mr. Trike.
Division.
So we kind of have 2 separate issues here that are combined. They are the same problem. We have the original leftover goat pad wells, and now the Bridgeland wells. my one concern with the Bridgeland wells is, you know, we're talking about them today. However, as they are new to this matter, just a noticing issue. I don't know if there's any other parties that would ever have some input on the flaring of these wells. So I don't know if that's something.
Sorry, just to be clear, we're awaiting, so we've requested sundry exceptions from both the division and the BLM. The BLM has approved it. Our belief, our understanding is that exactly what happened with this group of 6 wells, that they can approve, that the division can approve through the July hearing. By the time they approve, because I think they gave maybe 45 days in this particular case, but I mean, the approval said, we approve to the next hearing, you have to file an RAA, and that's what we would be doing here. And so we would not be coming back, or we're not trying to add those 4 wells to the board's decision today. The Bridgeland wells, we're only talking today about the lead, actually just the goat wells, the 4 goat pad wells, and then we would file an RAA on June 10th to be heard on July 30th and provide full notice to all working interest and unleased mineral owners in the area for that. So
Okay, so let's limit it to the goat pad wells, though I will say that won't work with the Bridgeland wells. I have Megan Crocker, who's the engineering and geoscience manager.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment. It's either 30 days or up to 50 MMCF, so it's like I can give you one or the other. So if it was 50 MMCF within those 30 days, I can approve that. After the 30-day mark, I can't approve that, and so then you'd have to go in front of the board. So I think kind of what I'm hearing is that you'll probably need to file an emergency in order to be on the next month's hearing, because we can't give that 2-month extension.
yes, I've actually done this before. So, yes, an emergency order that would cover us from the 30 days till the July board hearing.
Yeah, because you can only do it up to 30 days, and so since I think you all started the 15th about the 15th of May,
Yeah, May 1st.
so then it would get you to, I could you can give until the next hearing, but I wouldn't be able to give past that. And so for the sundry, I think it says on July 30th, and so I wouldn't be able to approve it for that time period.
So you'd be able to approve the sundry to June.
The next board
till
hearing.
June 25th.
Yeah, to the next board.
And so we would come to that hearing for the emergency order.
Yeah.
And then we would also have an RAA behind that for the July hearing. So the emergency order would get us from June to July, and then the RAA would get us past July at that hearing. So, or at least that's the way I've done it before when the
for
dates
the new,
fall
this
like
is for the new one. Yeah.
Yeah, this is all for the new
Yeah,
ones.
for the new one. Okay.
Yeah, the existing 4 goat pad wells that we have here, that's the purpose of today.
Yeah.
So, but I appreciate that input that we'll need to do an emergency order to cover us between the 30-day division extension and the July hearing so that we can file an RAA on June 10th and have that heard at July hearing.
Yeah.
It's burdensome, but that's the process, unfortunately. So then let's just focus on the goat pad. So the remaining 4 wells, do you have an amount that you're coming back to ask to request on this flaring through to the time frame you want to give?
I think we would keep the volumes the same.
Which was the 33,440 MCF
Yeah,
per
I think
well.
we can live in that threshold. I'd expect that our gas is going to be declining, but just to keep it safe, and our expectation is our hope is to flare less than what we're asking for.
If that was the amount, would you want it to stay steady the entire time? Would there be a thought that maybe it would drop off over time, or just be consistent with it?
I feel
the
like
whole
I'm going to
period?
be in front of the board quite a bit this summer, and we would just make the amendment my hope is that I'm coming back in 30 days saying we found a solution and we're no longer flaring on goat, similar to what we did on Lee and Collins. So I would ask for the flat for a period of time, and then our hope is that we're actually just dropping it to 0.
Okay.
One other question. You said you got an air permit with the DAQ. Do they have any concerns with the amount of flaring that you all are doing, or having any stipulations on your flaring, or has it been just an exception and they approve it?
We batted this back and forth with our legal and felt like we didn't need to notify DAQ. And that's from our general counsel. Is that right? Okay.
Oh, go
I
ahead.
guess I know they do keep track of our production and some of the flaring amounts, so it might be worth communicating with them on it just to
Okay.
make sure, because it is such a large amount and there's other issues in the basin regarding flaring and that type of thing. So that would be my recommendation.
Understood.
Division has no further questions for Mr. Turk.
Board, Mr. Galecki.
A couple of questions. Actually, on the current illustration, can you show is it easy to show where the lease is that we're talking about that you had to show production on?
Go ahead, first slide.
So, yeah.
The second slide.
The orange and the pink acreage you see here was everything that was a near-term tribal expiration. End of 2024 and then into 2025.
Okay. So they're they're two separate leases.
Yeah, I believe they're all fragmented. Lots of different leases.
Oh, I see. Expiring 24. Okay.
So
Yeah.
currently, except for each one of these in each section is a separate lease for the tribal leases that have expirations. So in 4 South, 5 West, Section 36, that's a separate lease. 35 is a separate lease.
That explains things. Thank you. Yeah. So I guess that's why you have to also do, I know we're not talking about the Bridgeland, but that's why you doing work on the goat didn't fulfill all the work that needed to be done.
It didn't. Our tie into 4 Point opened up 2.2 million, and it conveniently was enough to take Lee Collins. So we're trying to balance that as well. It's not as simple as if I have a 4-well pad and I want to send 1 to flare and 3 into my sales system. Our facilities actually don't function that way. It's actually, you kind of need to commit the full pad either into pipeline or to the flare. So to balance this, we're sending Lee Collins into our pipeline system. It's really going to 4 Point. And then goat, we're keeping completely on flare. But the next opportunity we have to get gas into pipeline, goat is going in.
Board. Do you have any other questions?
I'm trying to get okay, on your last slide, and none of your exhibits are numbered, but on your last slide, you showed a polygon. And how does that polygon overlie on these leases here? I can't see them both at the same time, unfortunately.
The polygon, it mainly, it covers, I would call that 85% of 4 South, 4 West. It also covers the eastern half of 4 South, 5 West.
Yeah.
And then it dips down into 5 South, 4 West.
Yeah.
We've drilled 15 horizontal wells all across this acreage. As a team, we feel like the concept we've proven is that the Uintah Butte works at lower pressure. I think for a long time, people were afraid of this acreage for that reason. It was just pressure driven. We had to drill the southernmost wells first because that's where my infrastructure was. So, high level, when you looked at our WEM5 acquisition, most folks would have said, why didn't you drill in the north first? I couldn't. I didn't have the infrastructure there and I didn't have the permits. We were able to get to the goat pad, which obviously from a geologic perspective was more risky, but from a facilities and infrastructure timing, it was a shorter tie-in. So we started from south to north, and we feel like our horizontal wells, the 10Ks, the 15Ks, in that particular corner where they overlap into 4 South, 5 West, we feel like we've de-risked a huge portion of the basin. So this is, WEM operated acreage, Berry operated acreage. Uintah Wax is to the west of us. The last horizontals drilled here were drilled, I was on that team actually at Crescent Point in 2017, and the program as a whole was viewed as a failure. The acreage passed hands a couple times, and WEM had an opportunity to bolt this on to our small operated position and make it into a bigger one. And so I think that our well results speak for themselves. We've got a 4-well pad in Bridgeland 4 making 6,000 barrels a day. That's a fantastic result. Those Uintah Buttes, they fit in the pack with any Uintah Butte in this basin early time. So no, we're really excited about what we've uncovered here. but we took a lot of risk to do it. And there wasn't any infrastructure when we did that. And we're gonna build it all out and tie this thing together. And our hope is that this blue polygon has as many green sticks as you see in the core of the basin.
Okay, now, within that blue polygon, your first slide or second slide had the pink and orange.
Yes.
Now, you don't have all of that.
I don't have all of it, but I can tell you that that pink and red acreage is in fact in that blue polygon.
Okay, all right,
Yep.
good. I'm just trying to
Yep.
get
It's
them
all
both at
in
the
there.
same time.
So even though we're not talking about Bridgeland today, it obviously has impact on the decision we're going to make today, because I just like a ballpark estimate from you on how much gas WEM's going to be flaring cumulatively in August. The daily, just ballpark.
My hope is that we are keeping it at a level like today or lower, because I anticipate that we're going to find some near-term solutions to chip away at 2 to 3 million at a pop. I think that 5 to 6 million a day is my hope for what we're flaring in August.
That's cumulative Bridgeland plus
That's everything.
this.
And that's anticipating that we find a solution for goat between here and there, which I think we can. Yeah, I guess in August, we're not going to be at 20 million because we brought on 2 additional pads. No, we will not complete another pad until I've got line of sight that we're going to have that compressor station operational, or something else breaks loose that is unforeseen at this point.
This is a division question, just on how your forms work. Can we approve multiple months excessive flaring, or does it have to be a month-to-month thing? If we were to say, go forward till December, can we do that, or does that conform with what you guys need to know?
You're talking what the division
The
can
division,
do?
yeah.
I'll let you speak to that.
For sundry, I can only approve 30 days for that, and then it goes in front of the board. So then it's the board's decision to do that for the length of time.
Okay, so we could approve multiple months.
My understanding for the rules is yes, you could.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, this board has approved multiple months in other flaring matters.
Okay.
So it's just, we get a one shot 30-day from the division, and after that, it's unfortunately on y'all.
Board, do you have any other questions?
Just one. Just kind of a big picture, and you've mostly answered this, but just share again the value that you have provided the state, mineral owners, et cetera, by approving up this acreage. And then I just kind of the same question I ask Larry, is there anything you could have done differently? You know, just some things you could have done if you'd have known then what you know now.
Yeah, I'll start with the value. The acquisition we made from UINTA, the opportunity existed because the acreage was considered prospective at best and there was no infrastructure. These were big tribal leases that had passed hands multiple times. We weren't going to be able to extend them. Plenty of technical teams have had an opportunity to drill this rock and build out the infrastructure, and they passed on it. So the fact that we turned what was goat pasture 12 months ago into 15 horizontal wells, yeah, that's part of the irony. The 15 horizontal wells we do have producing in that blue polygon are producing over, I think it's 13,000 barrels a day. We hit a company record 2 weeks ago. We sold 13,000 gross barrels a day. That is significant value generation from everywhere, from the royalty mineral owner to the surface owner. We've just found ways to extract value out of something that was truly prospective. The second component to your question, what would we have done differently? Hindsight is 20/20. If I saw these well results, if I had a crystal ball and knew that the wells were going to be this way, we would have started this compressor station 12 months ago. But in all reality, I wouldn't have been able to get approval to spend those dollars without having any proven production. You can't, these things, it's like you can't go ahead and invest $19 million into compression when you don't even understand if the wells work. Because there were questions, as a team, it wasn't like we were all bought in and convinced that this is going to be what it is today. There was serious doubt. And so to try to get the approval to spend those infrastructure dollars before all of this would have been impossible. But yeah, hindsight's 2020, and I wish that we would have started this project a year ago in anticipation that the wells were going to be phenomenal like they are.
Thank you.
But you didn't have the lease until August.
Yeah, that too. That too. We were, as a technical team, you know, it was a huge opportunity to grow our operated position, but it had a ton of hair on it. We had to close and start drilling it the day of. We were begging, and Dogum and the BLM came through for us. Like, on a reasonable timeline, we shouldn't have got these permits when we did, and they made that happen, and we had a rig there the week it was expiring.
Sure. So I guess I also need to understand what the request for agency action is today, and is it can you express exactly what you want us to do at this point in time?
What would the order be?
Yeah.
Maybe I can jump in here. So we have an order that extends flaring for 6 wells through today. The ask would be, and I do need to confer with my clients on the specific volume amounts, but the ask today would be rather than doing a whole big order, would be to amend order 13042 as to the Black Buck, Bongo, Gemsbach, and Nilgai wells only, because the other 2 wells originally covered by that now have takeaway. Through the board's hearing on December 3rd. Again, I need to, for a specific amount per well per day, I want to make sure I get that number right, so I want to confer with my client about that. And then offer up to both the division and the board for us to appear in this matter, 13402, or to meet with the board at such times or with whatever regularity the board or division want between now and December 3rd.
Could I ask that they actually spend a couple minutes and confer on an actual number?
Yeah, because
we would like to know an
say,
actual.
oh, 50,000, go ahead. You know.
Yeah.
You know, if it's 33, then we understand that. You know, if it's
That's exactly why I want the engineer, to tell me the number.
Yeah, not that I want to put you in a box.
No.
We
would just
can't
want-
give you a black box.
Yep, we understand. And then I can make a more formal request, but I need about 3 to 4 minutes just to confirm.
Take 10.
I want to get the number right, and I'm a lawyer, not a number guy for gas flaring volumes.
Can you discuss that now so that we can include
Yes,
it in our
if
decision?
we can take a 2
We
or
could
3 minute break, that's
for
all I need.
10:30 or so.
Okay,
Let me ask division again. When do you anticipate they will need to be back for Bridgeland?
At the next board hearing.
At that point in time, they'll be asking for a flaring exception.
For those wells, yes.
Mr. Church, you're going to get super tired of me this summer. Because I have a feeling you're going to see me at every single board hearing. For one or the other matters. So, yes, I'll take my 5 minutes and I'll be right back. with a-
May I ask
Thank you.
another question before we leave?
Sure.
Yes.
And this is to the division. You mentioned that there's a penalty of $1,500 per day up to $200,000. And we can continue later, but is that that's an exceedance of the 30-day limit?
So whatever limit would be set in a board order, or if there's no limit at all, any excess of what they're allowed by rule, which is 1,800 MCF per well per month, once they're past that, they're in violation of that rule. And under our rules, we issue notice of violation. You're given a reasonable time to cure. In this case, I can't say what that time would be. But once you're past that time, yes, you will accrue penalties according to the rules of $1,500 per day. And that'd be per well. Once it hits that, the most it can go up to is 200,000.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We're gonna break for a few minutes here.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're back on the record. Mr. Chicken, you had some information for us?
Yes, so I wanted to make a formal request for the board for your action today, and then to give the board some options on how that's going to work, because I think we have a better understanding of what we're really talking about here is 8 wells, 4 on one pad, 4 on another, but they all have the same problem. They just don't have the same timing right now. So first and foremost, we will be submitting sometime either this week or very early next, a complete lease map showing all of the leases. So it's going to be a lot like what you're looking at right here, except it will be zoomed in and you will be able to see leases and the expiry dates of those leases, along with our best understanding of, once we've looked at the leases, to get to Mr. Walker's questions about how many days production per month is required per lease, so that we have a better understanding of that and whether or not, and any problems that might pose. Sorry, I'm just making a note here. So that just kind of just bookends what we are talking about today. The specific request today would be to extend the existing board order 130-42 as to the Black Buck, Bongo, Gemsbach, and Nilgai wells only, with no change in the per well per month flaring allowance that exists in that order for those 4 wells. So
What is that exact amount?
it is $33,440 per well per month. That is the exact language of the order, and we worked with the division on that specific number in the proposed order, and to extend that flaring until December 3rd, which is the board's hearing in December, along with meetings with the division to update them on our ongoing efforts to chop away at their, at the flared amounts for these 4 wells between now and December, recognizing that in addition to this, WEM will plan, as I've shared with the chair and Mr. Haynes, we will plan to, by June 10th, we will file 2 things. We will file an emergency order request for those 4 additional Bridgeland wells that will bridge the gap between the expiry of the division's, assuming it's granted, the expiry of the division's 30-day flaring extension and the July hearing, because we cannot file for the June hearing right now. So what we would have is an emergency request that would be heard in June that would then get us to July. Concurrently, we would have an RAA for the 4 Bridgeland wells going that would be heard in June. So the board would see us in July on the emergency order to get the gap between the division's 30 days and July, and then there will be a hearing that we would come back to in July on our specific RAA. And I believe that we would also ask in that one for those 4 Bridgeland wells to have a flaring exception also until December 3rd. So then we have the 4 current goat wells and the 4 Bridgeland wells. That 8 well package, which are all in the same area, would be on the same timeline here. And then, of course, it goes without saying, we're happy to appear before the board or to have meetings with the division for periodic updates on how I think the board understands our long-term solution here, but that doesn't mean that we're not working on short-term solutions constantly. And I believe that WEM feels like it's going to be able to be, at least for the 4 goat wells today, that, we're looking to be underneath those flaring amounts every day. We're trying to find ways to move those wells into the same box that we were successfully in moving the Lee and the Collins well into, right? 2 months ago, we were here, those wells were flaring just like these other 4 goat pad wells, and now they're not because we found an interim solution, and we believe that we can find interim solutions for the goat wells between now and December as well, and we want to make sure the board and the division are well updated on how we're doing.
Division, do you have any questions or comments?
Not specifically. That's the request that WEM's making. I don't know if you were going to turn some time over to us to comment now.
Yes.
Okay, we'll do that now. So, we're here because, WEM was asked to come back, and we go back to the prior hearing that we had, and we went through, what WEM needed to show to get a flaring exemption, and they did that, and we're here again because the procedures that they had in place, or the things they wanted to do, they thought they might need longer, and they obviously do. They're well within their right to be here today under our rules and ask for this extra time to flare. The division's only concern here is, we just don't want to set a precedent here. We don't want this to be a regular thing. We're entrusted under statute to prevent waste. But waste, as we've talked about before, is different things. Specifically in the rules, production in excess of your transportation and storage facilities is considered waste under our statute, but so is producing an oil and gas well in a manner that would reduce the quantity of recoverable oil and gas. So we're at odds here, and under WEM's proposal, these are oil wells. Correct me if I'm wrong. That is where their production and their profits are coming from. So they're here asking, the division's request is just simply, again, if there's a way that WEM can reduce this. We're talking about a 6-month period now at 33,440 MCF a well. That's 200,000 MCF by December per well. It's a lot of gas, but that's, it's a weighing mechanism there. We would ask, Mr. Chicken asked that they would report to the division on a regular basis. That's fine. We'll be seeing those reports too in their production reports on how much gas they are flaring. We would appreciate some kind of, regular update to the board though, just so the board is aware of what's going on, and if anything's changed, and maybe we can reduce that number and amend the order at some point in time. But outside of that, we work well with WEM, and we appreciate their efforts. And as the testimony shows today, we believe they're putting their best foot forward to reduce those flaring volumes.
Thank you. Board, do you have any further questions for this witness? Mr. Galecki?
I guess, so it's 33,400 per day, or per
month.
Per month.
Yeah, per well per month.
Per well per month. And I thought earlier you said something to the effect that you thought it would be 5 to 6 million per day cumulative?
So the 33,440, that's about 1.1 million a well. I believe that's sufficient for our goat pad.
Okay.
I am anticipating that we are not flaring goat in August. My hope is that we have that tied into pipeline infrastructure, so that's why I leave a 5 to 6 million number out there for our Bridgeland 4 pad in August. Granted, there's a lot of things between here and there, but that's my best estimate today, and I'm hopeful that we have goat in the line at that point.
And then the Bridgeland, those 4 wells, they've been drilled?
They're drilled, they're completed, and they're online.
They're online.
Yep, they came online May 1st.
Okay.
So if they're on production, are they not flaring?
They are flaring.
But it's under the division
30-day
limits?
Yeah, it's under the 30-day initial flowing period test time.
Oh, okay. What did you say, what is the kind of daily oil production from cumulative, not well by well?
Cumulative is in for the
Like
pad.
the lee pad,
The lee pad or the Bridgeland 4 pad?
the lee pad.
The lee pad is probably in that 1,500 range now. oil.
1,500 barrels
Yeah.
a day
Yep.
sales? Okay, thank you. Board. Back to you.
Okay, so I want to drill down on what we have to approve today, because that was a very long-winded thing. And I think,
I can shorten it up, Mr. Walker.
okay, well, let me try. Is it, you're requesting an extension of the 130-42 for the 40 wells for 30,440 per MCF per well per month until December 3rd?
Correct.
And
For just the go.
the rest of the stuff is procedural stuff that we don't have to
We'll deal with
approve.
later.
It's gonna,
Yes,
happen, and that's your
you will be
plan.
getting, you will be getting a request for an emergency order. You'll be getting an RAA for the other Bridgeland wells. But as we sit here today, extend the existing 130-42 order as to just the 4 goat pad wells until 12/3, with a requirement that at a minimum, we update the board. We will be here in June and we will be here in July. So we will update the board on this order when we're here in June and July for the other pad.
okay, but you think you're gonna have it done by August, so why would we want to approve it through December 3rd if you think you're gonna be done in August?
I'm hopeful. I don't know that, but I'm hopeful.
okay.
It's this process has,
Yeah.
it quickly humbles you. You think that you found a solution and then you're like, oh, there's a hurdle here. So I'm hopeful.
Okay.
And that brings up an issue that I'm concerned with, is that December 3rd date. You're going to be here anyway, and I think it gives us a better handle and a better feeling about it if we break that up December 3rd. So I'm just saying, my point of view is that that's something I would be more acceptable of doing it by piece rather than through August. So I would like to have your feeling on that.
Yeah, no problem.
Do you have a particular,
What if we go to September instead of December? In other words, instead of extension of this order through the December 3rd board hearing, we extend this through the September 24th board hearing.
well, personally, I feel much more comfortable with that from the board.
Well, you are right, we're going to be around, so, so, I mean, if that's what, gives folks comfort, for the relief we're requesting today, then I think I can amend my request to extend Order 130-42, as is, as to the 4 goat pad wells. So specifically, that's the Black Buck, Bongo, Gemsbook, and Nilgai, for flaring up to 33,440 per well per month through September 24th. With updates on 6/25 and 7/30 to the board.
Board, do you have any further comments?
Well, I'd like to deliberate a little bit.
Yeah, I think we need to deliberate. I just want to get everybody's questions out first. Division, do you have any further comments or questions?
We have no additional comments now.
Mr. Chicken, do you have any sort of summary or anything you'd like to tell us? Are you,
I mean, beyond the, I just don't want to, kind of keep repeating it.
Sure.
I mean, yeah, I don't think I have
I think we
any further
understand your
summary. I think the
request.
board's well advised of what we're doing today and the very similar issue that we're going to be addressing very soon in front of the board as well. But I guess my only summary is, we're really looking for, at this point, help with 8 wells so that we don't have to shut in some of the most prolific wells in this basin in, potentially damage that reservoir, and get more drilling activity in this corner of the basin that up until recently, nobody wanted. And that's good for everybody that we've unlocked that. So we do appreciate the board's assistance with this, but we're happy to answer any other questions or provide other information.
Board, do you have any other questions before we retire to deliberate? Oh, you're okay? Okay, I think we're going to go off the record.
Thank you.
We'll try to be back by 11:15. Thank you. Off the record. We are back on the record. I believe the board has a motion. Mr. Walker?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve a request for agency action to extend cause 130-42 for the 4 wells Blackburn, Bongo, Hemsbach, and Niljai for flaring of 33,440 MCF per well per month until September 24th, 2025.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Galecki seconds. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It's approved unanimously. Please note that Selma Sierra is absent today. Mr. Chicken, would you prepare the order with the changes that we've
Yes, Madam Chair.
included in this motion? Thank you. And I believe that concludes this issue.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Haynes, do you want me to hang around, or do you want to? Yeah. I can, because you guys are, I'm assuming you're going to break for lunch at some point, or, okay, I'm going to hang around.
Okay, we are going to move along to item number 3 on the docket. This is docket number 2025-032, cause number 997-04, in the matter of formal rulemaking to adopt the R-644 carbon sequestration rule pertaining to sections 40-11 and the obtaining of primacy for Class 6 geologic sequestration wells. And we move on to the division.
Thank you. I'm Assistant Attorney General Andrew Haynes, here representing the Division of Oil, Gas, and Mining. And with me today, I have Richard Powell. He is the division's UIC manager. Members of the board, we're here today because we want to request that the board direct the division to commence formal rulemaking on behalf of Rule R644 for carbon sequestration, and then order the division to submit the proposed rule for filing with the Office of Administrative Rules. This rulemaking proceeding arises because the Utah legislature passed House Bill 244 during the 2022 legislative session, which enacted Utah Code 40-11, which is our geologic carbon storage statute. Utah Code 4011 creates a framework for the division to acquire primacy from the United States Environmental Protection Agency, or EPA, to build an underground injection control program for the regulatory oversight of UIC Class 6 wells. A copy of our proposed R644 was contained in the NAA that was submitted on April 9th, 2025. Richard Powell, he will have a presentation for you on the rule and the UIC Class 6 program. But before we begin that, I just want to point out one correction to the copy of the rule that you had. Since that rule was provided, the statute 40-11 got amended in the last legislative session to enable the division to also include a few enforcement provisions that are required by the EPA to get primacy. So because of that, there's another section that's been added. It's going to be Section 18. It's identical to the oil and gas enforcement rules. We just took that rule, pasted it in there. All it did is it just changed the classes of rules to comply with UIC. So we have Class 1 violations, Class 2 violations, Class 3 violations, but they're UIC specific. So you don't have a copy of that. That will be in the rule that we put out for public comment, and that we will present when we come to adopt the rule. If you would like to see that addition, we can provide it as well before then. So with that, I'm going to turn the time over to Richard Powell, and he is going to provide a presentation, and we'll see where it goes from there.
Thank you for the opportunity to present this rule. We've been working pretty hard on this for the last couple of years to build this primacy application program and get this started. I'm Richard Powell, the UIC program manager. I want to start out with some of the basics of the UIC program to create some understanding. So the UIC program is governed by the EPA under the Safe Water Drinking Water Act. Any injection wells are required to have stringent measures to protect underground sources of drinking water. The EPA governs 6 classes of UIC wells. Basically what a UIC well is, or an injection well, is basically it's for the placement of fluid into underground porous geologic formations. Now that could be deep rock formations over 10,000 feet or shallow soils. The wells and the classes are based on the type of use. So of the 6 classes, there's class 1, that's for hazardous or non-hazardous industrial waste, municipal waste potentially. Class 2 is oil and gas. The division has a long-standing primacy program where we oversee class 2 wells at this time. Class 2 wells make up about 25% of all UIC wells. Class 3 wells are for solution mining. They're not for production solution mining, but for extraction, or not for extraction, but they have to involve injection, so as you're pulling out. The primary, most Class 3 wells are for uranium production. Class 4 wells, that's a banned class, they're not allowed, but they injected hazardous waste shallow, sometimes above or into drinking water formations. Class 5 encompasses every well that doesn't fit in one of the other categories, essentially. Sort of a catch-all. It could be anything from a big septic system to a 10,000-foot well to monitoring wells in some areas for other purposes, but it's a very broad category. Class 5 wells make up approximately 70% of all UIC wells. So together, between Class 2 and Class 6, that's 95% of the wells. And Class 6 wells are the newest. They are for carbon sequestration. Generally always deep. That program has been alive now since 2010. There's basically the purpose of UIC wells essentially falls into kind of 4 basic categories: disposal of waste, enhanced oil recovery, which falls under Class 2, and this would encompass CO2 used for enhanced oil recovery, mining, and then storage. Here in Utah, another example of a Class 3 well, when we have some salt caverns around Delta, when we are extracting the salt to build the caverns from the salt domes, that is a Class 3 operation of injection. Then when it transfers to storage of hydrocarbons, then we step in and permit it as a Class 2 well for oil and gas storage. So what is primacy? So what we're doing, we're here to introduce this rule and seek primacy. Primacy is basically, it's the responsibility to administer and enforce the regulations, run the Class 2 program. This automatically, it falls under the EPA. The EPA must grant us the primacy, and we are, that's what we're pursuing right here. And the biggest focal point of that is this rule, this R644. Again, Class 2 wells, the division has had, the Division Board have had primacy over that program since 1982. And so anything oil and gas related, saltwater disposals, enhanced oil recovery wells, those, we've been governing those very successfully. There's approximately 1,800 of those across the state of Utah, 1,900. Approximately half of those are EPA permitted, and I'll get more into, I'll explain that a little bit more later. It's important to note that Class 2, we're here to introduce Class 6, which is for carbon sequestration, or carbon dioxide sequestration. When we use enhanced oil recovery, carbon dioxide can be used for that. At that point, though, it's a Class 2 well. Those operations currently take place in San Juan County under Elk Resources. There's in Emery County, there's interest in doing more of that. And a lot of basins very active to use carbon dioxide for oil, enhanced oil recovery under Class 2 wells. The Utah Department of Environmental Quality, they govern Class 1, Class 3, Class 4 and 5 wells. So the division only does the Class 2 wells, and then we are, through the statute 40-11, the board and division have been required to seek primacy and build this program for Class 6. One of the things I want to point out there is when we get primacy, we have primacy over all the wells in the state except for wells in Indian country. And Indian country does not mean tribal surface. And I'll explain that a little bit more here. What you see in front of you here is a map of Indian country EPA jurisdiction. If you'll notice, the county on the far right there, that's Uintah County and Duchesne County on the left side. The areas in green are primarily all private lands, and they fall outside of this, they're not included in the Indian country. In Uintah County, you'll see almost 2/3 of the county fall in what's called Indian country. Very little of what's in that purple area, there's only a small part of that actually is tribal surface. Much of that is state, BLM. The bulk of that is state and BLM land. So this purple, it's just important to note that this line exists. If a UIC, if an operator comes to us and applies for a UIC application and it's under this purple, it could be on state land, it could be on fee land, but EPA has to issue the UIC permit and oversee that. So. Okay, so what are Class 6 wells, the program we're trying to build right here in this rule? Class 6 wells are used for the injection of carbon dioxide into deep rock formations. It's referred to as geologic sequestration. Under constructing this rule, we have to be as stringent as the federal rule. So the challenges here when developing this rule is that we had to meet this stringency through the Code of Federal Regulations, and then also meet the state statute. And so there was a little bit of a juggling there. We went through this process. We approached the EPA. We submitted this rule and a detailed crosswalk of the rule, and the crosswalk is a comparison to this CFR, the Code of Federal Regulations, and our rule, and we submitted that to the EPA. We've gone through 2 rounds of that. So much of the rule is verbatim. We did that as much as we could just to make the review process and getting through the EPA process as easy as possible. But obviously that couldn't be done everywhere. There's a lot of things that are unique to our state, and we had, like I said, we had to meet the statute. One of the things I'll point out there, you see established fees. The statute, this is not in the rule that we're presenting today, but it's important to note that this is going to be a little bit different than other oil and gas programs because we are mandated to fund this program through fees. And so next month I'll be back here again, and we'll be talking about the fee schedule that's been proposed. I'll just make another note too. There is a Class 6 grant. A year or more ago, we were asked. There was the Class 6 grant was offered. The division put a lot of preparation work into that grant application, but at the time it mandated a lot of what they called environmental justice requirements. And so we looked at those environmental justice requirements, and it placed quite a burden on the division to go through a lot of extra steps on the permitting, which really didn't have anything to do with protecting groundwater or, you know, the geologic suitability and environmental safety of the wells. It was just based on, you know, how could this affect this population here, and so in exchange for this one-time grant, we felt that we would face, you know, perhaps decades of burdensome permitting requirements, and so we elected not to submit the grant application. Under the Trump administration, those EJ requirements have now been removed as a requirement of the grant, and so last week we went ahead and submitted that grant application. It would be for $1.93 million, and it's based on it's to help divisions, states to develop these Class 6 programs and put them together. There's so many unknowns with the permitting and time-wise and stuff, and so I've engaged in a lot of consultation with other states to learn and you know how they go about these things, the times involved, and make these comparisons. But you know, until you actually see permits coming through and process these, there's just a lot of unknowns. The 45Q tax credits mentioned there are what drive most of these programs. The projects that I'm aware of where Class 6 wells are being developed, or these projects are being done, are all driven by these tax incentives. On this, I wanted to point out there's dedicated storage and associated storage. Associated storage, primarily, that would apply to Class 2 wells used for enhanced oil recovery. As a result of the injection of the CO2 for enhanced oil recovery, much of that CO2 will end up sequestered in the formations there, that mineralized and so on. Dedicated storage would refer to just straight geologic sequestration, where you know, a deep well just for the storage of the CO2. Why are we seeking primacy? Clearly, like Andrew mentioned, House Bill 244, which Utah Code 4011 requires it. We are told to develop this program, and that's why we're working on this, obviously. We're not taking a position. We're careful with the division to not take any position on the merits of carbon sequestration or climate change, or no position there. But we're the agency who has been chosen to exercise this program, and I think OGM, we've demonstrated the expertise and the success through our Class 2 program. The other thing, these wells, the Class 6 wells will be very similar in construction to oil and gas wells. And so that's where our expertise relies. It's good for us to have primacy and not leave this up to the EPA, because we can provide a greater level of industry certainty and relationships. We have great relationships with operators. We try to maintain that. We have the local knowledge and the boots on the ground, and these are all good things. Just a better, more responsive oversight, I think. You wrote down. The other thing that we can offer over EPA and having primacy, and one of the things that makes this really good for us to have, is that our permit review time can be significantly faster. Right now, we see what I've seen is up to 6 years with EPA reviews on these wells. 7 to 12 months. Those are numbers I've gotten from Wyoming and North Dakota. So I think we can safely say that the division will process a permit in less than a year. And federal, like I said, these federal timelines have been very long. That significant, some operators who've expressed interest in this have really explained the significance of that cost savings, so that they can plan and have greater certainty. There are 4 states currently that have primacy, so we're kind of in the hunt to be one of the next ones. But currently, there are only 4 states that have primacy of Class 6 wells. That's North Dakota, Wyoming, Louisiana, and West Virginia. Texas is very close. Texas actually, for the last few years, they actually have been issuing permits, but they require the operator to have a EPA permit and a Texas permit too. So they are not officially a primacy state yet. So we started this rule and this primacy application development in 2023. Really, we got the rule developed, and then it was open for a public comment period for a pretty long period of time, from July through November. There was a couple little delays there that hung us up. One thing that happened, the enforcement action, the enforcement provisions that Andrew mentioned, where we've added a Section 18 to the end of the rule, that came at later on in the process. We had the rule, and then the EPA said, "Oh, by the way, here's this enforcement crosswalk. Fill this out." And so, by going through that, we learned that we were lacking a couple of things that we had to have for the Code of Federal Regulations to meet that stringency. And so in the last legislative session, we got through that and got those things added, and now it's part of the rule. So we had this long comment period. We've gone through EPA comments now twice. First through Region 8. Region 8, basically, the UIC program, or the EPA, not the UIC program, but the EPA is broken down into regions. You may be aware of this, but we are in Region 8, and that encompasses Montana, Colorado, Wyoming, North Dakota, South Dakota, and Utah. So in our region, we went through a round of review with them, where we submitted the federal crosswalk and the rule and our program description. We went through that, answered all the EPA comments, and then we went back. It was submitted through a review at the federal level, at the headquarters level in DC. And so we've gone through those 2 rounds of initial review of the rule so far with EPA, and they've given us the kind of the go-ahead, not that everything's fine. We've met our stringency requirements. There are a number of elements that are part of the packet here. You can see them listed: Attorney General's letter, Governor's letter, all these things. These are the things that are necessary for a complete primacy application that we'll need to submit after to the EPA. We will not be submitting this until after this rule is approved, and then we'll complete that package and submit. So that's all kind of the lead up to what we're doing here. I wanted to give you a bit about what is in the rule that we're telling you about. So basically, I've broken this down into really 8 parts. The first part, the fundamentals of the rule, is the permitting. Once we have this program, then we start permitting. And the permitting steps really break down into 8 parts. Number 1, submitting a complete application by the operator. That would entail a fee, paying the fee, and the detailed project information. Number 2, submitting the required plans. So this rule is quite complicated. It's a 43-page rule right now. Like I said, to meet the stringency, it's quite a complicated rule. The plans that the operator would have to submit include an area of review and corrective action plan, a testing and monitoring plan, plugging plan, a post-injection and site closure plan, and an emergency and remedial response plan. So the operator applicant has quite a burden just to apply for one of these wells and all the things that they have to supply to us. Plus this very comprehensive geologic information and the financial responsibility and all these things. So number 3 on the list is this financial responsibility. Now that has to last from the time we issue that permit until the time that well is closed and returned and deemed suitable to just close out, basically. Number 4, demonstrate consent of 70% of pore space owners. That has to be as part of the application. Number 5, there'd be a APD for each well, similar to the APD process now, actually the same APD process. Number 6, the division would make a decision. After we review this, the division either makes a decision to write a draft permit or deny the application. If we determine to write a draft permit, then the operator will schedule a hearing and a comment period and a public notice, a 30-day period. And then finally, number 8 is, in order to issue that permit, the operator must receive final approval from the board. You approve us to issue the permit. Through the operational life of this facility, there's the rule basically gives us access so that we can conduct inspections as needed. Those inspections would consist of the drilling and construction, the routine oversight of the well, just routine environmental type inspections. There's logging. There's very strict testing and monitoring requirements, logging, temperature logs and noise logs and things have to be done. And these wells have to be tested yearly. And any well workovers, so work on the well, that would have to receive written division approval. Testing and monitoring, it's quite comprehensive. These wells require continuous recording of a lot of the parameters, pressure rates and volumes, plus yearly testing, corrosion monitoring, CO2 stream analysis, and these kind of things. Mechanical integrity test is basically, a test where we're going to pressure the casing tubes and ensure that there's no leakage outside. That's an internal mechanical integrity test, and those are required yearly. These wells also require external mechanical integrity tests, where we are looking for fluid movement outside of the well bore. And so that could be what I mentioned before, the noise logs or temperature logs or radio active tracer work and these kind of things. But there's a lot of comprehensive testing requirements. As I mentioned previously in the permitting, these outlines of how they're going to conduct their monitoring requirements and testing requirements will be part of those plans that they have to submit at the beginning of the permit phase. There's a lot of reporting requirements, reporting to the division, obviously, and we're reporting on things, either pressures, rates, volumes, events and stuff, and a lot of this is going to be required because in the statute mandates a per ton injection fee, and so as part of that per ton injection fee, we've got to have very detailed information about what's going on in that well and how much is being injected and these pressures. We are required to report to the EPA in great detail. We report, and we do the same thing now with our Class 2 program. We report a couple of times a year where we talk numbers and percentages, how much we're doing, any compliance issues and things. Those will be the same with this program. There'll be a lot there. And the operator is required to submit to the EPA everything that our rule requires them to submit to us, as far as the things I've outlined there. The emergency and remedial response plan, that was mentioned as one of the parts of the plan that was in there, but that will have to be maintained and updated and kept going or adhered to. One of the things we want to make sure they're keep that going. And then notifications. Obviously, any changes to the well, any changes to the CO2 stream, these things, the operator has a mandate to inform us, to keep us up. One of the things I just recognize I missed from the previous slide, with the permitting, these permits have to be reviewed every 5 years. And so part of that would be the financial responsibility and things, but we have to actually go through that whole permit review process. The third part of the well, every well eventually has the lifespan, and so after a well hasn't been injecting, then it needs to be plugged and abandoned. We can allow it to be temporarily abandoned for up to 5 years, but generally once it's done injecting, we ask that the rule asks that it be plugged and abandoned. The site closure plan and post-closure plan, well, let me back up. So plugging, that was part of one of the plans that has to be submitted. The plugging has to be accounted for before we even start or issue the permit. But then after it's plugged, we've got this long post-injection site care plan. In the CFR, it allows for up to 50 years, potentially, to make sure that this plume and this pressure front from this carbon injection has been stabilized. Our statute it requires at least 10 years. And so the rule gives us the ability to back that off to when we can make a determination through what the operator submits to us. If they can demonstrate that the plume has been stabilized and we can issue a certificate of project completion, then it can go. But after that well is plugged and abandoned and closed, they're going to be monitoring it for at least 10 years. And so throughout the injection life, there will be a per ton fee, and that will provide money. That is a lot of the primary part of that fee requirement is so that we have money to cover this 10 to 50 years of post-injection site care, to cover the division's costs, because there'll be some monitoring and routine inspection there before. Once the board will issue a certificate of project completion, and then at that point, and only at that point, would the operator no longer be liable. So with that, that's basically the why and the basics of what the rule is in the rule, and what the UIC program really, what this program will do. So if you have any questions, I'd love to answer them.
Mr. Church?
2 or 3 questions. So the grant is not a competitive thing. There's funds there that you're applying for that you're reasonably assured of getting.
Yes, the grant, there was set aside $50 million, and when we were asked to submit a letter of intent to inform EPA if we wanted to apply for the grant. Based on the number of states, and there turned out to be 25 who submitted a letter of intent, that money was split up evenly. And so any state that applies gets $1.93 million. And that includes even North Dakota. They're going to apply. They've had primacy for years, but they still qualify for the. So it doesn't matter if you're just beginning you're in the first steps, or you've already got primacy, still eligible for $1.93 million.
And what's your estimate of the time now before we can get approval from EPA?
So those times have changed. With the 4 states that have primacy, the time taken from application submittal to primacy approval has really changed. I mean, it's not really consistent. North Dakota, it took a very long time. Wyoming took. I feel like we're 6 months or less based on what I'm doing of their review time. So I'm hopeful. By going through, we've had really good conversations with the EPA. And so we've kept them apprised of everything we're doing. Like I said, we've gone through these steps with introducing the rule to them. And so I'm hoping that because of what we've done and having such a good dialogue with them, that it's gonna speed us up. But they will have a comment period. Louisiana had, they received tens of thousands of comments. So I've heard 42,000. But it's a different state, and where they're injecting these, and it's very, very active there. So to answer your question, I don't know for sure. I don't think we can really know what's going to hang up. But I'm hopeful that our primacy application is going to be very good, and we've covered our bases, and we can get through this pretty quickly.
Okay, one more question then. From what I understand on the closure of the project, the board will have to submit an approval of the closure after the company has monitored the site for 10 years. But then you say EPA requires up to 50 years. So that means that after 10 years, the operator is no longer on the hook, and it'll go to the taxpayers if there's any other remedial action within 50 years.
Yeah, so in the federal rule, it says that we have to, and in our, well, I'll say in our rule, our 644, and this meets the federal grade, it requires potentially up to 50 years, but it allows us the provision to shorten that length of period of time. So we can, if the operator provides us and can demonstrate to us that there's no reason to go clear up to the 50 years, if they say after, a certain length of time, we can demonstrate this plume is stable and this pressure front is not moving, and there's no more jeopardy to underground sources of drinking water, we can ask for the project completion at that point. The statute doesn't allow us, it requires a minimum of 10 years. So we've got to monitor it for a minimum of 10 years, but no more than 50, if that.
Okay.
So the statute and our state statute and the CFR are a little bit at odds, but the statute or the rule allows us to back off of the 50 years.
Okay, the way I did read the statute is that we are going to, as a board, we have to, if the operator's demonstrated that things are stable, that at that point in time, we are essentially required to issue a closure.
Yeah, but it has to be at least 10 years.
Yeah, after 10 years.
It no sooner than 10 years.
Okay. Good.
Yeah, as long as they are in compliance with the rule. If they can demonstrate they're in compliance with everything in the rule, at that point, then they can apply for the board to issue a certificate of completion. So 10 years is the minimum, 50 is in the rule. We have wiggle room without being able to go to an alternate time within the EPA, but it cannot be less than 10 years under the statute.
Okay, thanks.
I had a question because I'm involved with oil and gas bonding. How are these wells going to be bonded? Do you have your own little section for bonding, or will they be bonded under oil and gas rules?
There are bonding provisions in this rule.
Okay.
Yeah, that was required as a condition of the stringency of the CFR.
And I imagine that has to be maintained during the 10 years or whenever the period ends.
Yes.
Also, does the fee that will be paid pay for staffing? We're going to have people to monitor these, or will that be an additional employee for AGM?
So next month I'll be up here again and we'll talk about the fees. And so the fees are comprehensive. There'll be an application fee, which will cover our permit review time, construction inspections, and that kind of thing, up through getting the well operated and approved. After that, we're proposing an annual fee and a per ton injection fee. Also, there will be the permit review fee every 5 years. There'll be an additional.
So initially, you wouldn't think it would require additional staff at Dogum?
It may. I'm hopeful that perhaps the grant might help us with that and cover those staff needs. But it depends on what we really don't know what we'll see. There's one operator in Emery County who has expressed great interest in getting started on this right away. We have the carbon safe projects, which may do something, but may come to fruition. There's one in Bonanza. There's one in Emery County. The operator in Emery County is actually probably will work with through this carbon safe, which is a Department of Energy program to develop wells. And so our Utah Geologic Survey and EGI have been doing a lot of work on kind of mapping the state and the geologic potential for carbon sequestration and storage throughout the state. So there's these things, but really we don't know kind of what permit load we will have. Certainly if this became for some reason a very robust program, then we would need staff.
Is there a lot of interest out there in carbon sequestration, just in the marketplace?
The only driver really is the 45Q tax credits. That's what expressed. I sat in a meeting with the P Corps, which is it's in North Dakota. It's a large group. The Plains Carbon Sequestration group, but anyway, there was a lot of industry people there who were developing projects. Every one of them stated that the only, without the 45Q tax credits, they would not be even considering the projects.
Thank you.
Yeah, I had a couple of questions, and they're kind of follow-ups as well. But so in your discussion, you talked about that versus the federal rule, the division would be more responsive, faster permitting, and so follow up on the staffing. How would you? I mean, can that occur with your existing staff, or you still need time to figure that out?
Well, we have the time. We have at least until we receive the primacy. So that could be a year out. I think if we just hit a one, if we get one, I think we can handle it with what we have. Right? We get 4 or 5 of these applications, then that would probably change
Okay,
the
so
dynamic.
time will tell, basically.
Yeah, but just so many unknowns.
The second question I had was, you talked about emergency response plans and not being familiar with this process. What would be an incident that would trigger the emergency response plan, just for my knowledge?
Well, you could have an incident where these wells, through their nature, they're governed a little bit differently. We have what's called an area of review, and the area of review is determined through computational modeling. And so through computer software, we would run through different scenarios with at this volume and this pressure, where do we think, based on what we know of the geology, where would this plume potentially go? And the area of review would be based on that area. So any well that's inside of that area of review, we would then scrutinize that well and make sure that it has good cement bond logs and that there's not a channel for this to get out of the formation, the injected material to get out of the formation and find a conduit to surface. So also as part of their plan, they would have monitoring wells to just ensure that it stays where it's at. And, so if there was some sort of determination or fear that maybe something had gotten out of that, gotten through the geologic seal zone or up a well bore, then and we had a problem and we had to go in and fix one of the other wells or some sort of a leak. One of the things I mentioned before, so there was the real robust testing and monitoring plans where we have to do external testing to make sure that there's not movement outside of the well bore of fluid. So anything, if we determined that for some reason that something had escaped the formation, the target formation and getting out, then that would constitute an emergency. That would be so part of that is the operators asked to take these things into account and how they were going to react to various scenarios. And so they're going to, part of that plan is they need to look at all the other wells that are in that area of review. And part of that would, anyway, that's kind of the gist of it.
Well, that makes sense, so thank you. And one final question, and follow up on Steve's comments about abandonment. If an operator just walks away, then who owns the risk? The division, the state?
The state.
The state would own the risk?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
Got a couple things.
Go ahead.
Okay. Okay, so you got some minor changes to do still. How long is that going to take?
To the rule, they're done.
Oh, they are
The change is
done.
done. Yeah. So we're at the point where we're here today just asking you to the
proceed.
rulemaking process. Yeah, we're asking you to order the division to commence formal rulemaking and submit the rules to OAR.
All right.
And can you explain the formal rulemaking process?
Yeah. So we begin by submitting the rule to Office of Administrative Rules. It will then go through a 30-day comment period when it's published. After that 30 days, if there's any comments, we'll receive those and we'll bring them back to the board and let you know what the comments were and any changes that we want to suggest in the rule. If there's no comments and after we've met the notice and comment period, then we'll come back before the board and ask them to then adopt the rule and give it a beginning date.
So if there are comments, do you have to go back through the 30-day comment period?
If we want to make changes to the rule, if we change the rule,
It's
we'll
got to
have
go
to
back for
republish it.
another 30 days every
Yeah.
time.
But I mean, this is as Richard pointed out, this had a pretty extensive stakeholder comment period. Richard and his team held open houses in different parts around the state where they invited people to come and participate and learn more. You know, people have known that we've been doing this for a while.
How was the response to those meetings and stuff? Did you get a lot of comments, a lot of people interested?
There was not a lot of public interest.
Okay.
Very, very little, actually.
Yeah, okay.
Where do we stand on pore space ownership at this point in time? Or is that defined?
Yeah, pore space is currently by statute owned by the surface owner.
Surface owner.
So any party wanting to do this would have to obtain, however they want to do it, but traditionally a pore space lease.
Okay. And my last question then is, okay, so we've got down in the Aneth area, do we not have Indian country in Aneth area, or is that defined differently down there?
We do. We have some Indian country down there, and we also have the Navajo Nation EPA. And so on that Navajo Nation boundary, that would be EPA permitting. And then there are some other Indian country where it would be EPA permitting. That's outside of the Navajo Nation.
So there is some of that down in southeast corner?
Yes.
That we have to deal with, okay. Yeah, one last question. So you've got the one-time $1.93 million from the federal government. After you get primacy, do you anticipate that there's going to be any continued funding by the federal government as this is an EPA program?
From everything I've heard at this point, no plans to have that ongoing thing. We do have the ongoing with Class 2 every 3 years. We renew our grant, and part of the primacy there is that the EPA pays up to 75% of the program. The reality is they pay probably 25% or less, but anyway, this will not work like that, no.
Mr. Galecki.
So just a few questions. Actually, Richard, you did a good job. I had numerous questions, and they were answered through much of what you went through, and then through our questions. So that was good.
Good.
And it kind of goes to staffing. So isn't Doggin primarily funded federally? Okay.
No.
And so when we talk about fees and such, it would be, as we try to, staffing would be based on we'd increase funding through the legislature and such.
Yes, this program just in particular for oil and gas will be completely unique in the oil and gas program, where it will be funded by fees.
And I'd have to say, having a EPA regulated UIC well, I look forward to primacy. It wouldn't affect me, but I think it'd really be helpful in the state.
And again, anywhere now where it's in Indian country, that would be an EPA permit too.
Right, no, I know.
Still,
so it doesn't affect.
Yeah.
And then going back to the reclamation bond, or the bonding for 10 years, similar to I'm sure like a reclamation bond, but you'd hold a certain amount. Is it a very onerous one, or is it just for? Because the well will already be abandoned by then, right? And then, except for the monitoring wells. So for that 10-year period, does it look like it's going to be a very onerous bond?
I think it could be, because it's got cover for this potential emergency thing. Years later we could find this plume has migrated somewhere bad, and we have to take steps to take care of that. So it could be pretty onerous.
Yeah, by rule, these bonds will cover everything. They cover plugging. They'll cover post-injection site care, closure. They're going to cover the full cost.
Yeah, well, I could see probably, going steps as far as, like initially closing things and abandoning well and all that. But the 10-year one is just interesting to see if we figured out what that, that the falling type bond. So, yeah, thanks.
Board, do we have any more questions? Are we ready do I have a motion for them to begin formal rulemaking on this rule?
I'll make a motion that we move forward to rulemaking.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Please note Selma Sierra is absent. It was unanimous. Thank you.
I'll just point out too that we'll be back next month with the fees. By rule, the board has to adopt fees to cover this. So there'll be a lot more discussion next month on the fees.
Could you also talk about bonding, how you're planning on securing these? Will you know that?
Yeah, it's outlined all in the rule.
It is?
But
Okay.
yeah, we can talk about that a little bit more next month too.
Yeah, just because we're involved in oil and gas bonding, I'd like to know how this works with the UIC stuff.
Yeah, and just to point out, it is different because this is not, there will be no fund set up. We're not getting severance tax or anything like that. So this has to be completely independent of anything like that.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, that concludes this matter, and it is about 12:15. I think we will adjourn for lunch. Half hour enough, or? We're going to take a half hour for lunch. We'll be back at 12:45, and we'll do the Anschutz docket, and we'll discuss oil and gas bonding. Thank you. We're off the record. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are going back on the record, and we are moving on to docket item number 4. Docket number 2025-033, cause number 475-12. In the matter of the request for agency action of Anschutz Exploration Corporation for an order suspending Utah Administrative Code R 649-3-2, R 649-3-10, and 649-3-11, sub 1 and sub 2, as to the Chess Deep Federal Unit comprised of portions of townships 11 through 13 south, 23, 24 east, Salt Lake Meridian, Uintah County, Utah. Council, appearance of council.
Fred McDonald of council with Lear & Lear on behalf of petitioner Anschutz Exploration Corporation.
Assistant Attorney General Andrew Haynes on behalf of the Division of Oil, Gas, and Mining. And I just want to let you know I'm joined today by Spencer Niche. He's a petroleum engineer with the division, and Colton Goodrich, who's an environmental scientist.
Thank you. Back to you, Mr. McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With me testifying today on behalf of the petitioner are Mr. Brett Willis here in person. He's the supervisor of Colorado and Utah land. And appearing virtually pursuant to the board's order on May 14th and May 22nd are Mr. Craig Cormany, the senior staff geologist, and Ms. Maggie Albrecht, who is the senior staff engineer. I would ask Mr. Vice Chair if he would swear them in at this time.
Please raise your right hands. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
I do.
Yeah.
Craig, you're muted. If you'd take yours off of mute.
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Members of the board, the resumes of all 3 witnesses were collectively submitted as Exhibit A as supplemented in this cause. I do want to point out that Mr. Cormany's resume was incorrectly labeled as a supplement to Exhibit 1 when it should have been a supplement to Exhibit A. Just apologize for that. With all the exhibits we file, sometimes I get my numbering and my lettering messed up. If separately and individually asked about the contents of their respective resumes, the witnesses would confirm the same. Mr. Willis will be a fact witness only. Mr. Cormany and Ms. Albrecht have previously been recognized by the board as experts in the fields of geology and petroleum engineering, respectively. Presuming the division has no objections, we again ask that they be so recognized in those respective disciplines for purposes of this cause.
Division, do you have any objections?
Yeah, no objections.
Board? So accepted.
Thank you. And as usual, I will be moving for admission of the exhibits as a whole at the end of our presentation in chief.
Thank you.
Members of the board, as outlined in the request for agency action in this matter, AEC, or Anschutz, is the current designated operator of the Chess Federal Exploratory Unit in Uintah County. It is located directly adjacent to the south of the Tarn Federal Exploratory Unit, for which the board suspended the general well siting rules in its order entered in cause number 475-09 last September, along with 2 other federal units adjacent to them. The Chess unit was approved effective December 20th, 2024. After an expansion approved in February, it now encompasses 25,225.19 gross acres. It's limited in depths below 100 feet below the base of the Mesa Verde Formation. The unit is in large part comprised of federal oil and gas with some state SITLA and a fee tract. As a consequence, the unit is administered by the Bureau of Land Management. However, much of the state acreage and the fee tract are uncommitted at this time, about 5% of the unit area. There are currently no board orders relating to the unit. As such, the general operational rules, including the general well siting rule at R 649-3-2, have and still remain applicable to the entire unit area. As the board is aware, R 649-2-3 allows the suspension of the general operational rules as to lands within approved federal units. The board has previously granted this relief on numerous other occasions, including, as I previously mentioned, in cause number 475-09, involving the 3 federal units directly to the north of this unit. A true and correct copy of R 649-2-3 was submitted as Exhibit B in this cause. Units allow for the most efficient and economic manner of exploration and development because the unit operator can develop on the basis of reservoir characteristics and not based on some arbitrary well or spacing pattern. R 649-2-3 recognizes this and allows for the suspension of existing board rules as to federal units so long as the conservation of oil and gas and the prevention of waste are accomplished thereby. The evidence presented today will show that this unit agreement and the operations conducted thereunder are intended to and do accomplish the conservation of oil and gas and the prevention of waste. There are a couple of important caveats to Anschutz' request. To protect the correlative rights, Anschutz agrees that no well may be drilled closer than 660 feet to a unit boundary or to an uncommitted tract without an exception location approval of the division or the board in accordance with Utah Administrative Code Rule R 649-3-3. Also, the requirement to provide a directional survey as to any directionally drilled well remains in place. The board has jurisdiction over this matter pursuant to Utah Code Section 40-6-5, subparagraph 3B, and Utah Administrative Code R 649-2-3. A copy of the request was sent via regular mail to all owners within the unit area, to SITLA since state leases are within the unit area, and to the BLM, both the state office and the Vernal Field office, as the federal leases are included and the BLM is a supervising agency over the unit. They were sent to their last addresses disclosed by the relevant agency and Uintah County Realty records as well as Anschutz internal records. Notice of the request in this hearing was also duly published in the Salt Lake Tribune on May 4th, 2025, and in the Uintah Basin Standard and Vernal Express on May 7th, 2025. On May 12th, 2025, the division filed a response to the request stating its non-opposition, presuming that Anschutz meets its burden of proof at today's hearing, which it will do. No other objections or other responses have been filed, and no other party has made an appearance here today. With that, I'll commence my examination of Mr. Willis. Mr. Willis, would you please state your name and business address for the record?
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Brett Willis. I am the supervisor of Colorado and Utah land. Anschutz's address is 555 17th Street, Suite 2400, Denver, Colorado 80202.
And what is your current position with Anschutz?
I'm the supervisor of Colorado and Utah lands.
And is this unit at issue within your area of responsibility?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right, would you please provide for the record the corporate and bonding status of Anschutz?
Yes. Anschutz is a Delaware corporation in good standing with its principal place of business in Denver and is duly authorized to conduct business in the state of Utah. Anschutz is duly bonded with all appropriate state of Utah agencies relevant to this cause.
And also federal agencies, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to show you what had been marked as Exhibits C, D, and E is a larger exhibit, but we've done some relevant portions here. Do you recognize these documents?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, were Exhibits C and D prepared by you or Anschutz personnel with your review and input?
Yes, sir, they were.
Is Exhibit E an official business record of Anschutz?
Yes, sir.
All right, starting with Exhibit C, would you please explain to the board what this shows?
Sure. Exhibit C is a regional locator plat reflecting the location of the chess unit at issue today. The chess unit is located approximately 15 miles southeast of the Bonanza community and Highway 45. You'll also see the relation of the chess unit to the other 3 units that are operated by Anschutz, all 3 of which are federal units, which were the subject of cause number 475-09, heard in August 2024.
Now turning your attention to Exhibit D, this is a 2-page exhibit. Would you please explain what this shows?
Yes, this is a plat of the chess unit, the blue polygon being the exterior boundary of the unit.
All right, and the second page is just a larger one showing the tracks?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right, would you please give some background about the unit?
Sure. The chess unit was approved by the BLM effective December 20, 2024, with the first expansion approved effective February 1, 2025. The unitized formations of the unit are limited to depths depths below 100 foot below the base of the Mesa Verde Formation. The oil and gas underlying the chess unit area are primarily owned by the United States, who own 23,227 acres, or 92% of the unit, with the remainder owned by the state of Utah, administered by SITLA, who own 1,957 gross acres, or 7.7% of the unit, and the remaining balance owned by private owners in fee, who own 39 acres, or 0.16% of the unit. Unit tracts 16 and 17, otherwise known as sections 2 and 16 of Township 12 South, Range 24 East, are SITLA-owned leases and are under lease to Bro Energy, with which Anschutz has been unable to reach agreement. As a consequence, these two tracts, equivalent to 1,280 acres, are uncommitted. In addition, unit tract number 24 is the fee tract, otherwise known as Lot 1, Section 4 of Township 12 South, Range 24 East, and is leased to Lone Mountain. Although Anschutz is in continued negotiations with Lone Mountain, that tract is also uncommitted. As a consequence, 1,320 acres, or roughly 5% of the unit, are currently uncommitted.
Okay, now turning your attention to Exhibit E, what we've done for purposes of the board, it's a large document, but we've highlighted the relevant portions here. Would you please explain what this is and outline and read these relevant portions of Exhibit E?
Sure. These are pulled from the Chess Unit Agreement, specifically the BLM transmittal letters of initial and first expansion approval. Paragraph B here reads that the AO certifies and determines the unit plan of development and operation contemplated in the attached agreement is necessary and advisable in the public interest for the purpose of more properly conserving the natural resources.
Just to clarify too, the AO is the BLM Minerals Field Manager at the Utah State Office. All right, go ahead, then the second paragraph there that's shown.
Yes. Also reads, whereas it is the purpose of the parties here to conserve natural resources, prevent waste, and secure other benefits obtainable through development and operation of the area, subject to this agreement under the terms, conditions, and limitations herein set forth.
And just for purposes of the record, that appears on page 1 of the unit agreement. Finally, that third paragraph.
Yes. Section 16 on page 8 of the agreement reads, under conservation, operations hereunder and production of unitized substances shall be conducted to provide for the most economical and efficient recovery of said substances without waste as defined by or pursuant to state or federal law or regulation.
All right, would you confirm for the record that Anschutz will operate the unit under these governing principles?
Yes, sir.
All right, will you also address confirm that you will maintain a 660-foot set-off from the unit boundaries and uncommitted tracts?
Yes, sir.
All right, does that apply to the unit obligation well too? Can you kind of address that for a little bit?
Yes, the unit obligation well that we are planning to drill is located in the west half of sections 5 and 8 of Township 12 South, Range 24 East, which is currently planned well beyond the 660-foot setback requirement from any uncommitted tract or the unit boundary. And Ms. Albrecht will address the reasons for the 660-foot request later in the presentation.
All right, and finally, would you confirm for the record that you will provide the directional surveys as required under R649 3-11, subparagraph 3?
Yes, sir.
All right, now turning your attention to the pleading that has been marked a certificate of service pertaining to this matter. This is a pleading on file that was prepared by my office. I'm going to direct your attention to the Exhibit A. Do you recognize the names and addresses here?
Yes, sir, I do.
And who are those parties and how were they determined?
Those are all production interest parties that have ownership in the chess units. We generated this particular list through a combination of publicly available records and Anschutz internal records.
And those public records would be the agency's records and the Uintah County Realty records, correct?
Yes, sir.
Right, Madam Chair, that concludes my examination. Mr. Willis?
Yeah, I do have a couple questions. Could we please go back to Exhibit D2?
Sure.
Mr. Willis, I was just wondering if you can help us understand. So we have a couple of uncommitted tracts in the unit. Sections 2 and 16 are SITLA tracts. To get a unit agreement approved, it's a rather cumbersome process. There's a lot of approvals go through before the BLM will approve the unit. Can you help us understand? You indicated that Bro owns these, or has the leasehold in these lands. what process did you have to go to get this approved that involved giving Bro an opportunity to be committed in this tract?
I believe we started the process of forming the unit before these particular lands were leased by Bro. When we became aware that they were leased by Bro, we tried to reach an agreement with them, and those conversations started probably a year ago or so, 9 to 12 months. And to date, we have thus been able to reach an agreement with Bro in respect to these two sections.
But during the approval process, the BLM, I presume, then agreed that you met whatever regulatory requirements were involved to give them proper notice.
Yes, sir. So the threshold that is required for Anschutz to receive approval from the BLM of the unit is 85% commitment of the tracts. And so we had exceeded that absent their commitment to the unit. And so by exceeding the 85%, the BLM went ahead and approved the unit.
Okay, thank you. No further questions for Mr. Willis.
Mr. Church.
So, Mr. Willis, on a federal unit like this, Anschutz will be operator over all wells in the federal unit except for the uncommitted tracts, and they will retain operatorship if they want to drill their own property.
Correct. For every committed tract as to the unitized depths, that is correct, yes.
Does Anschutz own all the working interest in the committed tracts? Are there non-ops?
There is a small non-op position, an undivided interest in some of our leases, but by and large, we own a significant amount of the working interest throughout the entire unit.
And has everyone ratified the unit agreement? All the non-operators? Other than for the committed tracts?
Other than those two sitlet tracts, yes. We only have 3 uncommitted tracts, a small 40-acre fee, and then these 2 state lease tracts, yes.
Thank you. Board, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With that, I'll commence my examination of Mr. Cormany. Mr. Cormany, would you please state your name and business address for the record?
Yeah, my name is Craig Cormany, and I'm a senior staff geologist for Anschutz Corporation. Our place of business is 555 17th Street, Suite 2400, Denver, Colorado 80202.
And is the chess unit part of your duties there at Anschutz on the geology side?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right, I'm going to show you what have been marked as exhibits F through J. For purposes of this cause, I'm going to apologize to the board again. Exhibits J and I got switched around a little bit, so we're going to go a little bit out of order. Do you recognize these documents?
I do.
And were they prepared by you or Anschutz personnel with your review and input?
Yes.
All right, turning to Exhibit F, hopefully you have that in front of you or you can see it on the PowerPoint. Would you please explain to the board the significance of this exhibit to today's hearing?
Yeah, this is the top of what we're calling the Mancos End, and it's displayed to show the uniformity of that particular formation across the chess area. And all of the blue dots are our wells deep enough to construct this map. The formation dips off to the northwest, getting deeper across the chess.
All right, now turning your attention to Exhibit G, please explain what this shows.
Exhibit G is an isopac map of the Mancos End in this region of Utah. And you can see it's fairly uniform across the chess unit. Again, the same control dots are outlined in blue, and it averages about 1,800 feet thick across the unit, and it is continuous.
All right, now turning your attention to Exhibit H, would you please explain what this shows?
Yeah, this is a pilot hole log from the Tories. It's just off the section line to the north of the chess unit. And basically it's to demonstrate the mapped units from the previous 2 maps. That blue line at the top was where the structure was based. And then the isopac map that you saw in the previous exhibit is from that blue line, the top of the Mancos End, all the way down to the brown line, basically the top of the Carlisle. and the TVD across the two vertical depth across the unit, ranging from 7,200 to 9,000 feet across the unit, with really good porosity, 3 to 9%, and that's from core data. We've got very low permeability. That's why we need to drill stuff horizontal. And there's TOC in this rock. This is an unconventional reservoir, and the log is kind of speaking to that purpose with the gamma ray, the resistivity, and the gas shows in the last track.
All right, now I'm going to turn your attention to Exhibit J. Again, this is, I apologize to the board, it's out of order, but please explain what Exhibit J shows.
Exhibit J is a cross-section. The cross-section you're actually going to see runs from the east to the west. So A is on the east side of the map. And it's basically just demonstrate the continuity of this formation across the region.
All right, so let's turn to that cross-section, which is Exhibit I. And again, please explain what this shows.
Yeah, so the cross-section on the previous page showed the geographic area of the cross-section. And remember, this cross-section is a little bit flipped. The east side is on the left and the west side is on the right. And you can see the continuous nature of these formations across the entire proposed unit area.
All right, is it your expert opinion then that the continuity of the Mancos through the chest unit area makes it attractive for horizontal well development?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Madam Chair, that concludes my examination of Mr. Cormany.
Division.
Division has no questions for Mr. Cormany.
Board, do you have questions? I think we're good. Please proceed.
Thank you. I'll commence my examination of Ms. Albrecht. Mr. Albrecht, if we could switch over.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Would you please state your name and business address for the record?
Hello, my name is Maggie Albrecht, and I work at Anschutz Exploration as a senior staff reservoir engineer over this area at issue of the chest unit, and my business address is 555 17th Street, Suite 2400, Denver, Colorado, 80202.
All right, I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit K for purposes of this cause. I presume you recognize this. Was it prepared by you or Anschutz personnel with your review and input?
Correct.
All right, would you please explain its significance to today's hearing?
Yes, in the upper left-hand corner, you'll see a map of the Bierstadt 14 well, which is currently producing, and around it is a 320-acre box. So a box that's approximately 2 miles in length with 660 feet offset on either side of the horizontal wellbore. And we anticipate that the Bierstadt 14 will have an EUR of approximately 8 BCF. And calculating the in-place volumes, which are tabulated on the lower portion of the slide, with specifics located in the table on the right. We think the in-place volumes of that 320 acres is approximately 45 BCF. And with the EUR that we're expecting of the Bierstadt 14 well, with the original gas in place, we're expecting that well using that 320 acre sort of spacing or 660 foot offsets to encounter a recovery factor of approximately 18%, which we feel is very reasonable given this fluid window, and is demonstrating no anticipated waste with this well spacing.
And you don't anticipate then that a 660-foot setback from the unit boundaries, the adjacent owners would be affected at all?
No, we do not believe they would be affected.
All right. Are there
this
other
spacing would help prevent waste?
Okay, thank you. Are there other factors that justify suspension of the operational rules within this unit?
Yes, we also would feel that this would help us eliminate environmental impacts by being able to drill horizontally at this spacing, as well as overcome some of the topographical challenges of operating in this area.
All right, so then is it your expert opinion that the 660-foot setbacks from unit boundaries and uncommitted tracts will be protective of the correlative rights of the adjacent owners and without committing waste?
That is correct.
All right, is it also your expert opinion that the suspension of the general well siting rules will allow Anschutz flexibility to optimize placement of wells for resource recovery while minimizing surface impact?
Yes, that is correct.
Madam Chair, that concludes my examination. Ms. Albrecht?
Thank you. Division?
Just one, I may have missed this. Is there a spud date for the proposed well?
That's probably better for Mr. Willis.
Yes, we are planning to, our unit obligation, well, deadline is August 20th, and we anticipate satisfying that obligation.
Okay, so before August 20th?
Yes, sir.
Of this year. All right, thank you. No further questions.
Board, do you have questions? Mr. Church?
Just as a matter of curiosity, not knowing how the BLM handles participating areas with horizontal wells, will you be proposing just a rectangular spaced box as a participating area for each well, like the 320 that you show?
From legal standpoint, with the unit and the suspension, there is no spacing in there. They can place the wells wherever, but are you trying to say you're anticipating wells beyond the
Well,
box?
participating area as far as production, the BLM requires, if it were a vertical well, they would require a circular participating area.
Right.
With these horizontal wells, I didn't know if you'd had experience on how they evaluate participating areas as far as what tracks you bring into it.
We do have one participating area that has been approved. That particular well is directly north of this well. It's producing from the Tarn unit. The methodology is, to your point, a circle tangent methodology, but then they square it off, they being the BLM, they square it off to basically every 40-acre aliquot around the well.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Doesn't look like we have any other questions. Back to you, Mr. McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With that, I will move for admission of Exhibit A as supplemented and Exhibits B through K inclusive.
So admitted.
Any objections from division?
No, no objections.
All right, thank you.
So admitted.
Thank
Sorry.
you. With that, I'll reserve conclusory remarks after the division's had its stay.
Division, do you have any closing remarks?
Yeah, thank you. Not a lot here. The division reviewed the petition is request for agency action, similar to other requests to suspend these rules within federal units as they're entitled to do under our rules. And after reviewing the rules and listening to the testimony here today, the division has no objection to this request.
Thank you. Board, do you have any further questions for this witness?
I do, actually. So on these BLM leases, is there a term on the unit as far as a lease term?
The units themselves, if you were to satisfy the public notice requirement, which is, in other words, satisfying your unit obligation well, the exploratory unit has a minimum life of 5 years. And then the unit would then go into its secondary term. In the secondary term, so years 5 through 6, there is additional well obligations in place that we would have to satisfy for basically a maximum life of 10 years under the BLM unit terms.
And similarly on the SITLA, it's 10 years, and then the secondary one is 10 years. Is that correct? On the SITLA leases?
The SITLA, the primary term of the SITLA leases?
Yes.
Are you referring to the SITLA leases that are in the chess unit?
Yes.
That are owned by Bro?
Oh, okay, so never mind. Yeah, you're right. But in yeah, so you don't have any currently SITLA leases in the unit.
We do own, I think, 500 to 600 acres. There is one other state lease that is actually owned by Anschutz. We are the lessee. And I think that its term is probably 5 years.
So the SITLA leases are extended as the BLM leases are extended if you meet the initial test well? for 5 years?
Yes, ma'am. SITLA has in the past joined our units, and when they do so, they amend the term of their lease to be equivalent to the terms of the unit agreement.
Thank you. Do we have any further questions? Do we need to deliberate, or are we ready to make a motion? I think we're ready to. Go ahead, Mr. Church.
I move that we approve the RAAs as submitted.
Do I have a second? Second. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, passes unanimously. Selma Sierra is not here today. Thank you. If you would prepare the order.
I will, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll see you next month.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, we are going to move back, I guess, to our informal portion of the meeting, and we're going to discuss bonding rules and some answers to some questions we had from the meeting a couple months ago. And it looks like, Mr. Kettle, you are the presenter here.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Bart Kettle, Deputy Director with the Division of Oil, Gas, and Mining on the Oil and Gas Program. And so I don't see my presentation showing up. I'm not sure if you're seeing it.
No.
Okay.
Matt will run out a second. See if you can remember what he did earlier. See? All you had
There
to
we
do
go.
was
Just had to
jiggle
jiggle
the
it.
cable. Good job, Matt.
Okay, so my first slide is my attempt at humor, but common ground is not necessarily humorous. And while we did think this would be a big lift to get a rule in place, followed by implementation, there was a lot of turns and twists in the way. That wasn't really wasted time. A lot of good comes from that back and forth discussion. And that back and forth discussion still continues now. And so I just wanted to establish what I have heard as some of the common ground principles coming out of the discussion the past few months. I haven't heard anybody say that there's not a need for an updated rule. There's a desire by everybody involved to keep administrative burden low. And to help keep that administrative burden low, to provide tools for the industry to strategically plan and the division to kind of help provide that service to them. I think it's probably those tools and that ability or willingness to work with industry over time that has created what I've heard referred to as a positive work environment in Utah. That may not be the same asset for Utah as the quality of the rock that oil and gas is produced from, and yet it is an asset. The positive work environment matters. And so there's a desire to keep that in place. As we discussed in February, we have just this wide range of operators, everything from operators with 100-foot wells to operators with 13,000-foot wells. And we want to enable reputable operators to operate here, regardless of what their wells are or what their business plan is. We're looking to get a bonding rule in that reflects the risk of the operations. And one of the topics of conversation we've heard quite a bit about is the need to provide a transition period. And so I want to take just a moment to talk about, in the rule, there is a 5-step transition period over essentially 5 years to help operators with that transition as a new rule comes in place. So one of the conversations that we've heard regular is administrative burden. It's an important concept to the division. It's also an important concept to industry. We don't want to have a system that's overly complex, too difficult to understand, and a lot of back and forth between the two organizations. So I want to spend just a moment on administrative burden here. And the concept behind the rule is relatively simple, kind of a 5-step process. You start, you take a look at the production for the operator in BOE, you do a well count for the operator, you do an evaluation of the number of at-risk wells, you calculate the at-risk well percentage. Once you have that information, now you can place the operators in the tiers shown at the right. So an operator can qualify for a tier 1 through 3, and if they don't qualify for any tier, then they would post an individual blanket bond under the rule. Several items in the rule that are intended to help with administrative burden. First of all, the rule is based on the number of wells that the operator has and their total vertical depth, or the TVD as it's often referred to. And the reason this is important is it doesn't require an operator to attach specific wells to a bond like the current rule does, where if you're making one single well change, you've got to make a bonding change. So now you have the flexibility of you're bonded based on the total number of wells you have and how deep, and don't have to worry about each individual well being attached to the bond by name or API number. We've also included multiples of 10 in there to give the operators essentially a little bit of a cushion back and forth to help them plan their operations for what's coming next. When we talk about administrative burden, there's a subject that's come up quite a bit that's a concern, and so I want to address it a little bit, and that's the frequency of review for bonds. And so there really would be several times when a bond would be reviewed. At an operator change, I think that one's pretty obvious. If you have an operator change, you've got to evaluate the bond. Every 5 years, bonds will be evaluated for every operator if they haven't already been for some other reason. Another time that an operator's bond would be changed is when they request the bond to be reviewed. And then the last item would be when there's a significant change to their operations. And so looking at that tier box, what that might mean is if they have a production level change, let's just say, for example, they were producing less than 1,000 BOE per day and they go over 1,000 BOE per day, then their bond could be reviewed. Or if it went down, the same could be true. Okay, so now I want to get into why we're here for this discussion and have been for multiple. And this is a quote from the statutory mandate and the jurisdiction of the board, and by default as administrative arm for the board for the division as well. And so I'm going to let you read through this, but I'm going to highlight a couple things on it. The board shall make rules for the operator to furnish a reasonable performance bond. As you go through this list, I think it's noteworthy. What you don't see in the list is the board shall make rules for an operator to have a full coverage bond. And of course, this rule isn't asking for that. This rule is designed to ask for coverage where the bond is needed in the risky situations, and is designed to allow operators who don't have risky bonds a lower bond amount. Okay, so I want to talk about another statutory mandate, and this is the Declaration of Public Interest. This is a little bit of a summary of this rule. The last one was word for word what the statute says. This is a little bit of a summary, but there's several things that by statute the board is mandated to do, and once again as administrative arm of the division, exclusive authority for oil and gas in the state, to foster, encourage, and promote development, to prevent waste, to protect relative rights, and get to the greatest good for all parties. I'm going to come back to this a little bit later in the slide. So I want to talk a little bit about that concept of supporting oil and gas development in the state for the board's part and the division's part. So one of the things, obviously, the board is very familiar because we're all here today. You support industry through board hearings, that being spacing. We've heard several of those today, force polling, rulemaking, as this briefing's intended. That's some of the support that the board provides to the industry. You all do it, so I'm probably preaching to the wrong folks here. One of the items that is somewhat unseen and yet very important is record research. And so the graphic at the right, that's actually one of the tools individuals might use to do record research. It's off our Data Explorer tool on our website. Record research, when I started with the division, was pretty obvious and pretty visible because we had a public information center that on any given day would have 1 to 5 people, sometimes on a busy day more than that, in their research. And so it was kind of there, present, it was obvious. As we've moved to an electronic world, record research has probably increased, but it's not as visible to us. So it's sort of one of those out of sight, out of mind items, and yet it's a very critical support item that's delivered to the industry by this board, by the division. One of the supports that I think most people relate to very easily is permitting, specifically quality and timely permitting. The inspections designed to help operators stay in compliance. And then the last one I want to talk about is plug and abandonment of wells. And so I picked this location for this graphic purposely. It's on the northern portion of some of the horizontal development that we're starting to see right now, starting to get into the Altamont Bluebell Field. So much of it's been done in the Central Basin, but this starts to get into the Altamont Bluebell Field. And if you look at the top part of the graphic, you'll see a lot of little star-looking markers. Those represent plugged and abandoned wells. And this is one of those items where over the course of several decades, the divisions worked with industry to plug and abandon these wells. If we didn't have good and plug and abandonment programs in place for those and zonal isolation, industry wouldn't be able to develop horizontally today. It may take a decade or two to deal with problematic wells before they could drill horizontal wells. So kind of continuing on that theme, bonding's role in supporting the industry when it comes to plug and abandonment. Obviously, everybody, rather it's a board or rather it's industry, we want compliant operations. That's when things go smooth, that's when it goes best. But sometimes it requires some financial assurance to get that done. Rather that is the division do it through the orphan well program, or rather that's incentive for the operator to deal with it themselves. What nobody wants to see happen is that a problematic well somewhere prevent future development. And we're really seeing that, I think, in grand form here in Utah with horizontal wells starting to be developed in what Mr. Church probably worked on drilling 30, 40 years ago in a vertical program. So I want to take just a moment to talk about orphan wells in the state. We covered this at depth in February, so I'm not going to spend a ton of time on it, but I want to hit a couple high points. Utah has a really good history for orphan wells. We have a relatively low number of orphan wells, and we've been fairly proactive about trying to deal with the orphan wells that we have. As we talked about in February, we're seeing some increases in the number of orphan wells in Utah, but it's not a number that's uncontrollable. It's still a very manageable number that we have out there. What we would like to do is keep a strength of strength. So our orphan well count being low, I think, is a strength. It's something that helps keep that positive work environment in Utah, but we're going to need proactive policy to get that in place. I think the bonding rule, whatever version ends up being adopted by the board, is a part of that proactive policy. There are some reactive ways that we can deal with orphan wells. That's short-term funding through federal funding, the IIJA funding, or potentially using conservation funds to plug and abandon those wells. But we need to view those as backstops. When the other things have failed, that's our last resort option. And so if I can just talk about the picture that's shown there, I'm actually going to give a little bit of a shout out to staff. I don't think they know I'm going to do this, but this is a well, that's an actual picture of the rig. This is a well that the plug and abandonment was finished last week. And so on a Wednesday afternoon, we received word back that, hey, there's a well with no responsible operator that's leaking. We put a staff of a team of 4 people on this project. They had bids in place by Thursday, and by Friday we had a rig on location, and the leak stopped. And the following Thursday, that well was plugged and abandoned. I think that's like, if we look at bonding and we look at an orphan well program, to me that's a perfect demonstration of how it would work. In a period of essentially 8 days from realizing we've got a problem, we've got to go down emergency procurement route, we had not only the situation addressed, but the well fully plugged and abandoned. And I think that's really kind of what ideally we'd all like to see happen as problems arise. That's one of the services. Yep. And this was on state trust lands as well in southern Uintah County. So one of the items that the board has asked the division to talk about is sureties. It's not necessarily our area of expertise, but we did some research on it to help the board be a little more informed. And so here is some of the concepts that we've learned about sureties since the board asked us this question. And the highlights: increasing risks does from rising oil and gas operator bankruptcies. It has changed the surety market some, is what we've learned. No surprise from a business plan perspective, a surety company's goal is to accept zero risk. That makes perfect sense, but they're going to want to tailor their rates according to the risk they see. And so sureties do a fairly comprehensive analysis of a company, that being the financial, the legal, and also potentially the asset reservoir analysis. Once that review is completed, surety rates can vary. The numbers that we received back was between 1% and 7% on the surety rates. And if a company doesn't qualify for a surety, there are other options. We have listed on here a letter of credit. There's also a collateral route that a company could potentially go. Sureties can be modified with riders up or down what wells are on the surety. They may not necessarily have to have a new bond, but once again, that comes down to the terms and the individual surety company. Okay, I believe it was the April briefing, the board seen a graphic, the average TVD for wells over the last 25 years, and the board asked us, is this accurate? Are average TVDs increasing? The answer is yes, they are. And so I'm going to spend just a second to help the board understand why. So let's just block this off into lumps. If we look at it from 2000 to 2015, in that time period, we had a couple things happening that kept wells fairly shallow. One is, especially the closer you are to 2000, the more this is true, a lot of coal bed methane wells being drilled. Those were shallow wells. We also had a lot of wells in the Monument Butte area, relatively shallow oil wells being drilled. And we had a lot of wells that are kind of mid-range depth in kind of southern Uintah County being drilled. This 15-year period of time represents the most wells being drilled in the state. So from a number perspective, this is easily the highest number of wells being drilled. And because they had several areas where the wells are fairly shallow, it was fairly shallow. 2015 starts to represent a change. We had drilled essentially all vertical and directional wells up to that point. This is when the first horizontal wells start to creep in. And so for a 5-year period, we see industry trying to figure out how to drill horizontal wells. And we don't have as many applications in this period of time. It's declined quite a bit, but the well depth does start to increase a little bit. From 2020 to present, we've seen a very consistent switch from a vertical or directional drilling wells being drilled in the state to almost all horizontals. I believe last year it was around 75% of the applications submitted to us are horizontals. So we're not seeing a lot in the vertical realm. And as we look at kind of that 2020 to 2025 period, part of what's driving deeper wells through that period of time, horizontal wells are moving farther north into the Altamont Bluebell area where it does require a deeper well to get there. Two things that don't mean a ton, but they're probably worth noting. You'll notice a spike up in 2020 and a spike down in 2014 on the average TVD. You'd probably be best to just draw a straight line across there. Those were both years when very few wells were drilled in the strait due to kind of economic conditions, and so it's a really small sample size. Okay, getting into bond differences and the tiers. And so what you see before you is a breakdown of what the current bonds would be for tiers and where different operations would fit within this. And so if we look through this, a couple things probably jump out to you. The highest number of wells are going to be in Tier 1 by a considerable margin. The individual bonds are the highest total bond per well. It's where the most risk will likely be. And then it's also worth noting that operators with federal wells wouldn't have any bonding liability under this. So a couple things to address here. One of the questions the board asked us is, we'd like the division to address comments you received through the comment form on the website. We only received one. That comment is out there on the website. It didn't necessarily provide any data or any direction, but just more of a comment of like, this could happen if you do this. So we've addressed that comment out there. One of the things I would like to talk about really briefly is if we look at current bond versus current bond in the draft, we see that if we add those numbers up, we come with the current bond $16 million, and if we add up the draft, we come up with $34 million. So a little more than double is what the bond would increase. To put that into perspective, consumer price index has risen at almost 1.9, just a little bit under since the last rule was adopted. And so this increase in bonding, it is an increase. It's not terribly off of consumer price index. I understand that that's all things across the board and not specifically oil and gas, but it's a decent measure to look at. So one of the questions that we anticipated the board asking when you look at this is, one of the highest jumps is in the individual bonds. So we have 228 wells there, but it's a $5 million jump. And I think that's one of the things the board really wanted to know coming out of some of the last presentations is, what does this mean in this smaller realm or these smaller operators? So the next slide is meant to go a little bit deeper into that. And if we look at the graphic on the right, the very first row is just all individual bonds in the state. And it's the same thing that was presented in the previous slide. But I think it's important to recognize 3 operators represent most of the increase when we talk about individual bonds on this. And so they're shown on the lowest row of that graphic, those 3 operators. They account for 80 of the 228 wells, and they account for 3.9 million of the increase. And I want to spend just a moment talking about those 3 operators. 2 of these operators show some concerning trends, reduced production, some compliance issues out there. And if we look at a bonding rule, these are probably the exact scenarios that we want to make sure we have financial assurance on. One operator took over some orphan wells recently. Perhaps a plan of operation would be a good way to deal with them for a reputable operator. And I believe the board has heard from that operator. So as we finished our last presentation, we had a graphic that showed bond amounts based on BOE. The board said, we'd like to know what the current bond is versus the current draft, and so that's depicted here. I know this is a really busy chart, and you probably won't have enough time to digest all of it while we're here talking, but this represents all of the operators having bond in the state of Utah. So one of the things I would imagine a board member could ask is, wait, you show 60 operators here, but we heard 160 operators before. Where are the other 100? There are a couple places. Some of those operators may have disposal facilities, things of that nature, not affected by this well bond. The other place that we see is they don't have any wells attached to the bond. So in other words, we have an operator, has an operator record, in many cases still have a bond posted. Perhaps they sold their wells in Utah and intend to return, or perhaps they're posting a bond with intention to come to Utah. But it's actually kind of surprising how many operators had bond posted with the state but don't have wells attached to it. So looking through this graphic, just a couple of things. You've probably already reached your conclusions at this point. The red formatting indicates when an operator's bond would actually decrease. So overall bonds will increase across the state, but it's noteworthy that in many cases they'll go down, and it's spread out throughout the list. Tier 1 is the blue operators. Once again, that's the majority of the wells in the state. Tier 2, the green operators, there's only a couple operators that would be Tier 2 operators under this proposed rule. And Tier 3, the peach operators. The gray columns, those are operators that have only federal wells. So they operate wells in the state, but they wouldn't post bond under this rule. And then, of course, the white or no color is operators that would need to post an individual bond. And I guess the other thing I wanted to note on this is individual operators with 1 to 4 wells, when we look at this breakdown, generally don't substantially change their bond with this rule. They're essentially bonded very close in the current rule to what they would be with the new rule going forward. Okay, so at-risk wells. This has been another topic of really kind of a healthy discussion over the past few months. Lots of thoughts on where this should go or where it could go. And so I'll start with talking about the graphic on the left. This is a graphic I pulled from the bonding calculator we've prepared. I personally find it kind of an interesting one. This operator is one of the handful of Tier 2 operators. When we look at their production, they qualify for the 1,000 BOE per day, but their at-risk well ratio at 15.9 is just over the threshold of a Tier 1 operator. So this is probably an operator that fairly easily could get to a Tier 1 operation by evaluating their wells and taking a look at it. The other thing that's fairly interesting about this operator, so they're a Tier 2 operator, but they wouldn't be required to post a supplemental bond. If I recall right, they only had 2 at-risk state wells. And so they would just have a base blanket bond and no supplemental bond under this example. So at-risk wells, just to help the board understand the landscape a little bit, by the numbers, 4% of the wells in the state would fit the definition of at-risk. So that's less than 1 BOE per day. Those 4% of the wells would account for 0.029% of the production. To give you a number, it's just over 90 BOE per day. It was 93 when I pulled this numbers. And one of the discussions when we talk about at-risk wells is, should all wells, i.e. federal wells, be considered in an at-risk well calculation when they won't be included in the bond? And to help the board understand, when the draft rule was prepared, all wells were included because we felt that it was a reflection of the operations in the state of Utah. So there's multiple ways that you could look at doing this ratio, but all wells were considered in the original draft because we felt that it represented how the operation for that specific operator is in the state. The other item that has received quite a bit of conversation is the administrative rule R649-3-36. We call that our shut-in or temporarily abandoned rule. And so to paraphrase for the board what that rule says, it says that an operator can have a well shut in for 1 year, with basically no correspondence with the division, but at 1 year they've got to work with the division on what their plans for that rule is, for that well. And if the well reaches 60 months without good cause, the operator should plug the well. In February, we showed you a graphic where wells that are shut in for 1 year, it's kind of a coin toss. If they come back onto production, it's a 50-50 chance. By year 5, that declines down into the teens. If I remember right, year 5 was 17%. And so one of the discussions around shut-in temporarily abandoned wells is the division's already reviewed these wells in the form of a sundry notice with the operator staying in compliance with the rules. Should they be bonded? And so I just want to help the board understand that review process is to review the well for mechanical integrity. And so if we go back to the statutory mandate, and of course I can't thumb back there as easily as I thought I was going to be able to. But if we go back to the statutory mandate, the declaration of public interest, when we're reviewing that well for mechanical integrity, that really comes into the prevent waste and assure the ultimate recovery is achieved and protect relative rights. We're assuring that the well has integrity. We don't have any issues with zonal isolation in that well. The review isn't really designed to cover plugging liability or the cost for that. It's simply that we've got good zonal isolation while that well is in shut-in temporarily abandoned status. If for some reason those wells were pulled out of consideration for an at-risk well, then it would materially affect how this R649-336 is administered. It's not that it can't be done, but there is kind of a correlation between the two. With that, I'm going to conclude my portion. Field any questions from the board before turning it back over to Director Thomas.
Just a question on if a surety bond is canceled because of non-payment, is the division notified immediately by the surety company, or how does the division learn of that?
Yeah, there is a notification requirement. If I can't recall the time frame for certain. I think it's 30 days, but there is a notification requirement that the surety notifies the division, and the division has to make a decision rather to collect on that surety, or the operator could post alternative methods of financial assurance.
Excuse me, on that 8-day scenario that you put together for that abandonment, in general, how much did that cost?
$73,000.
Okay, thanks.
So if a surety can be canceled and you have an orphan well, how does that help us if they've canceled the surety?
I'm going to answer your question what I think you're asking. If I miss the point, please let me know. So a surety, think of it like insurance.
Mm-hmm.
And if the operator doesn't pay their premium, then the surety says, well, hey, we're not going to cover you anymore, just like insurance does for us, because you're not paying us this amount. So the surety is required to notify the division, we're going to cancel the surety because of non-payment of premium. The division then has the ability to go collect on that surety before it's canceled, and the surety's obligated to pay the amount that they've insured.
So they're still obligated to the original amount?
As long as the division goes and collects on it in a timely manner, yes.
Okay. They can't just walk away and leave us?
They can if we don't collect in a timely manner, but they couldn't.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Seeing no other questions? Mr. Thomas, are we back to you?
Yeah, thank you very much, Bart. Seriously, excellent work putting that together. A few things, just a few updates as we go through this. First, as you all are thinking about next month's meeting, it may be prudent for the board to request a little bit more of a teachable moment from someone who knows sureties very well to make sure there's clarity there. I would put that bug in your ear, because I'm going to try to, I think we're working to try to get someone before you for a surety position on that to teach the board how these work, although from the division side, it's relatively straightforward. As a Deputy Director Kettle just shared, it's great that they notice us and we have that ability. I wish we had that, and maybe car insurance and some of the other things, but no, it doesn't work like that. I want to repeat the summary to the division, or to the board, and that is your job as board members, as you develop these rules, is to make sure, is really to balance the risk to the state, so that the state is protected against, while frankly trying to have as little impact on industry as possible. And it's a tough position, and we will do all we can to give you the data that you ask for and need. We have had, especially this year, 2025, good conversations with individual stakeholders, industry, other NGOs, and the general consensus is everyone agrees that we want to protect the state completely against any kind of risk. The nuance is not a nuance, it's what does that risk look like? And that's where you start getting into the hard work. As Mr. Kettle shared, the structure for these rules has received a lot of support. No one's come in and said, you're fundamentally wrong, you're in the wrong barn, wrong field. The structure's really well. It's just the details of the numbers still needs to be fleshed out. We are, with the division, working on a second division draft incorporating the comments that we've received over the past several months, including that from industry, and we hope to present that very quickly to the board, at which time the board can fully take the reins and develop a set of rules that you all feel comfortable supporting.
Is that going to be ready in June, or are you looking more at July?
My hope, it's on my back right now, is to have this done in time, well ahead of, frankly, the June meeting.
Okay. Okay.
I'd be happy to stay up here for public comment, or I can go back and sit down, whatever you'd like. I think Deputy Director Kettle would love to.
Let me just ask you what the decision. If you've got a vertical well that's federal, and you're going horizontal and you cross trust lands and fee, is that a federal well in terms of counting wells? How are you categorizing that well in terms of bonding?
I may be corrected, but a vertical federal well would be a federal well because the P&A is
the surface section.
Surface.
So you're looking at who's responsible for this
That's
plugging.
Correct. That's
and
correct.
This is okay. All right. Okay. Board, do you have any other questions for? Ricky Browning is here. Ricky, do you have any? We're informal here, so if you have any thoughts on the discussion.
Thank you for the opportunity, for the amount of time that the board has devoted to this. We're eager to see the new draft and hopefully see the response to some of the comments that we have provided back in January, as well as the multiple discussions that we've had in that interim period. As Director Thomas pointed out, we are lining up IMA, which is one of the major bonding insurer companies, to speak to you all at next month's hearing to provide a more extensive discussion of how sureties work, including some points that perhaps weren't covered in detail today about premiums, cash collaterals, and riders that are also applicable and have significant impacts on bonding costs for operators and how those work under different scenarios. Appreciate the feedback from the division. I think that two key points that we would like to look at closely is the definition of at-risk wells and the definition of federal wells. And I think that your question, Ms. Garrison, was exactly appropriate to make sure that we are reflecting those in the language in the draft really clearly, so we're all talking about the same thing. I think maybe there's been some confusion about how those terminology points are used and applied in the rules in the past. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. If we have no further discussion, I guess the burden is on you, Director Thomas.
It's fun. Strangely rewarding. I appreciate your support of the board, frankly, and the support of the staff as they do a ton of work on this over the past few years.
Yeah, I want to compliment the staff on the presentations you've done here, both the one in February and this one. A lot of work going into all these presentations and a lot of thought. So we really appreciate the diligence of the staff too, and you, Director Thomas.
And a shout out also, very impressive, that 8-day action, Bart, that your staff took on that well you've used as an example. That was impressive.
The staff, frankly, thank you very much, Mr. Church. I have learned, especially here in Utah, the staff, if given a clear objective, are as capable and exceedingly capable as any team I've ever worked with. I was surprised about the availability of the team, but a small group got together and really knocked this out. I frankly, when I heard about this a week and a half ago, we were thinking, 30 days minimum, and then just pow, things got going so quickly. And it wasn't a simple P&A, as it never is. Tubing got stuck in the hole, and 16 other things went wrong, and they were just all over it, working through it. We have, again, let me shout out, if not one of, if not the best teams in Utah of any other state in the nation.
You know, and I think because it's a fairly small staff and everyone has their individual duties, and I think they take a lot of pride in doing their job, and they're assigned, this piece and that piece, and everyone takes ownership of their part of the whole. Very good incentive for your staff. With that, I think we can adjourn. Do I have a motion? And a second? All opposed, or all in favor? Hearing none, we are adjourned.